Hello, everyone, and Happy New Year from Smashbox TV. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, with Johnny V in our glorious, updated studio apartment. No?
It's not an apartment.
I consider this the lower flat.
I suppose. I mean, I wouldn't be
in
surprised
New York,
if
we'd be living large.
that we would be, and I wouldn't be surprised if someday you pass out down here. So, or I wake up
What would I pass out from
being tired from working so hard.
Okay, good.
You know,
That sounds
taking up all my internet and uploading some video. I could imagine waking up for work the next morning and seeing you stumble out the back door.
Yeah, that's one way that I might do it. Well, we're so glad that you guys could join us. We are here for podcast number 125. We're kicking off a new season in 2017.
We got a new season. We're streaming to Twitch. We're streaming to Facebook. We're streaming to YouTube Live.
Oh my gosh, so many things.
So many things.
What else could we be streaming to?
Technically, I believe pretty soon we could be streaming to Twitter via Periscope. They're going to have a Periscope plugin. So at some point, maybe in the next couple months, that could happen because I heard they're opening that up.
It's going to be impossible to get away from us.
It really will be. We will bombard you from every angle with everything that we have.
And then, of course, if you don't know already, we certainly encourage you to go out and download the podcast onto an Audible version or via an Audible version of some kind. Stitcher, other places, iTunes. Where else can they find us? Pocket Cast, Stitcher,
iTunes, any place where basically podcasts are released on your mobile app. Google Play.
Yep.
We're out there. So,
do we get a cut of no, nothing?
I think we do get a cut of Google.
Just a little tiny piece of it.
I don't own any Google stock.
Yeah.
I own one Apple stock, and I own one Amazon stock.
Well, so go ahead. Make sure that you download us there. As Johnny V always tells you, go ahead and also please give us a high rating. That helps with visibility, also helps with people being able to find the #1 podcast, disc golf podcast in the world. So make sure you go out there and click on that. And help us out. Help me help you. Little Jerry Maguire there for you. So
you want to know how they can help us out again?
I don't know. Sounds like a plug coming.
It is a plug. It's a plug for us, Terry.
Oh wow.
That's
so nice of you.
I know. We've done 2 podcasts unpodcasted just on YouTube Live in the past 2 weeks that haven't been part of this. We did a we did a Happy New Year's one. Mm-hmm. And then you did one a week before that on
Last
your own
Tuesday
personal
night.
page.
Yep.
Well, one of the things that we'd like to provide is content, quality, experience.
Are we being replaced?
We are. No, so that's why we started up a Patreon for Smashbox Podcast. If you go to patreon.com/SmashboxTV, Patreon, you can help support the podcast by donating $1 per month, $1 per podcast, $2, $5. There's no limit. I mean, if you want to donate $100 a podcast, I'm not going to stop you.
Wow.
I might question you or your sanity,
I would.
but I'm not going to stop you. And when you donate, you're going to get access to things like you'll get early access to the audio feed because that's going to be, we're going to kind of, normally we release the audio feeds like Tuesday night. We're going to push them back to Thursday morning. And the after show we probably push back to like Saturday. So if you want early access to this audio podcast, you can sign up at $1.
So it gets you early access.
You can be a producer of the show.
What?
At $2, you'll have your name on the credits at the end of the show. We've already got a few of them, so you'll be able to see. And you'll be qualified for giveaways. Every week, if we can hit $50 a show, we will do a giveaway. And only the patrons will be.
Yes. It will be specific to only those people that have participated. Right now, we have 10 people that have signed on some level. And so right now, your odds are pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, right now, tonight, if you sign up by the end of the show, I'll get an email and I'll see it. I will make sure that you are in the entry for tonight's giveaway in the after show.
Wow.
So, again, just a minimum of $1. That's all you need. Anyone who's a patron is going to be qualified for the giveaways. If we can get up to like $3,000 or $5,000 a podcast, you're moving in.
Yes,
Big,
I will.
Big Brother house. I'm going to put up a camera there
cameras
and there,
everywhere.
and people can really see that you don't get up until 10 a.m.
And they can see me just rolling around in my stacks of plastic. That's what I do. I sleep.
People
with tons
think
of
that people think just maybe once a week you get all your your first run destroyers and you just roll around in them.
Yeah.
And then you cushion your head with your first run buzzes.
We could
we
build that happen.
We could build a house out of your Ontario rocks.
Yes. There's a lot of things we could do. Bobby Brown's on the board asking, will you put Disc Golf Answer Man as the producer if we donate?
Yes,
of course we will.
I will, Bobby Brown. I will put you as the producer if you donate. Anybody, we have shoptom.com as one of our producers. So, and he was a supporter during the year with the I forget which event it was.
A couple of our various.
It was Worlds. It
Yep.
was Worlds. He was a producer. So yes, Bobby, I've got no problem with that. If we hit certain levels, we'll do things like give all of our hosts or all of our regular contributors, Dana, Zoe, Yuli, maybe another one coming up here, give them a little stipend. It helps keep them fresh. It helps keep them wanting to come back. You're supporting the cause. So you can go through patreon.com and look at the different levels and push us to get to that highest level.
Yes, I'd love it. As suggested on the board here, we could change it from Smashbox to Cashbox.
Oh,
Ryan Hunt.
that'd be great.
That would be. All right. Well, enough of the plugs.
Enough plugs. We
but
got that
tonight
out of the way.
we are super excited. I think we're going to bust out a great show to open up the year. We have been talking about sponsorship changing and teams and all those different things happening. And tonight we're going to get with a few of the larger announcements that were just made in the last few days. We're honored to talk with anyone and everyone that's got something exciting going on. But we have seen the likes of Zach Melton make an announcement in terms of his new sponsorship. We've also seen Paige Pierce. Spoiler: Paige has a new sponsor.
What?
Yeah, I didn't know if anyone saw that coming, but she does.
Huh.
So Paige has a new sponsor.
Whammo?
And then tonight we're gonna kind of go what we did a few weeks ago. I think we're gonna have kind of a long-standing co-host with us. And that Big Germ's going to step in for the after show.
A couple weeks ago, we had Paul Macbeth stand in for the after show. And tonight, we're going to do Big Germ.
Yeah, so it'll be pretty fun and exciting. Obviously, he's made a pretty big announcement about some of his switches and things taking place for his 2017 season. So we'll get the scoop there, and then people can play along and ask questions. And as we all know, again, let's give everyone a little refresher. We typically, with our show, have one or two guests. More often than not, we're going to have Dynamite that joins us. He likes to give us the week-by-week updates in terms of scores and results and some other insights. And then we may have a Yuli who has joined us multiple times, and Zoe. She's talking about some new ideas for her segment coming in for the year. But then after anywhere from an hour to 2 or 2.5 hours, then we move into what we typically refer to as an after show. Things are a little bit looser. It may or may not get related to disc golf. Some people seem to.
We usually take a lot of questions from the board.
Exactly.
Answer anything you guys want to know.
So there's plenty of things going on. Anything.
Yeah. Honestly.
And the final PSA of the night would be, we more often than not do our best and we stay on top of the chat board that's taking place in the YouTube. So if you want to participate, you want to add your 2 cents or be part of the main conversation that's taking place on the YouTube chat board. We love that everyone can watch on Twitch and watch along on Facebook, but the one that we can keep track of here is the YouTube one. So
yeah, I'm going to try to pop in on the Twitch one. I've got it up on the dashboard here for me personally once in a while, but we'll get it figured out. But for the most part, we really just pay attention to YouTube for most things.
All right. Well, we've got a great group. I think this may be his first time ever in a Skype situation. Zach Melton is going to be joining us here in just a few minutes. Zach threw me for a loop last night. We were confirming the time, and Zach has not joined us on the show live before. And I said, "You're in Tennessee. We're the same time zone." He's like, "No, Eastern Tennessee." I'm like, "Oh man, you're blowing my mind."
Tennessee has 2 different time zones. That just
who would have thought?
There's something wrong with that.
Who would have thought? So, one of the best lefties in the game. He's been an up and comer, and you're seeing his name more and more often. Playing very well, and he's here to talk a little bit about some team changes, and I think we'll hear about his tour schedule. Welcome to the show, Zach Melton.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. Zach, how you doing? Johnny V and I here. Uh, First time Skyper? Is that what we heard?
First time Skyper.
Wow.
Um, Last night I wasn't sure. You said I'm not a big tech guy, and I guess this kind of plays into that a little bit. How do you? Aren't you usually one of the guys busting into like Madison's or Paige's phone to update their status?
You must be like an elite hacker in order to break through all their security, right?
It's not that hard really when it comes to them. I mean, they leave it laying around, usually unlocked. It's just like, taking candy from a baby.
Now, we got not to get too far off subject right away, but where did that all start? Who was there a main culprit there?
If I don't know, if I had to pick, I would definitely blame Paige. Just she probably did it first, and now we have to react.
Yes.
I'm 10.
There's a fine line you guys have to toe there because I usually can assume when they're hacked, but I think now the more you disguise them, people have to really think like, okay, is that a legitimate post or were they possibly hacked? You guys have been doing quite well. So Zach, first of all, you got some news. I think you've played very well over these last couple of years, and now it looks like a little bit of a change in the plastic you're throwing.
Yeah, I am joining Dynamic Discs.
Okay.
Wow. So you were a Prodigy member the past 2 years or 1 year?
Yeah. They picked me up after the Memorial in 2015.
Okay, so about 2 years, and you're moving from Prodigy over to Dynamic Disc. What was the precipice? That was the precipice for that.
Wow, big words here tonight.
Like what?
Big words,
why?
man.
I could just say, why'd you do it?
It's not really something I planned on doing. It just kind of happened. Dynamic reached out. They let me know they were interested, and I just got a good feeling with those guys and got to know them a little bit more. And I liked what they were about, and just kind of felt drawn to them, and just felt like it was the right decision.
So one of the questions I think we've asked Drew Gibson, and we ask you, I think is just a natural question to ask a lot of people. DD is your sponsor, but that also opens up the opportunities to throw anything out of what they brand as Trilogy. Is that correct?
Yes, you can throw, if you're sponsored by Dynamic, Westside, or Latitude, you can throw any frisbees from all three.
Okay. And so immediately, I think that's a good segue. What have you found that's immediately made it into your bag that you're going to be relying on?
I tell people all the time, everyone has good discs. Every company does. Anybody can make any company work. Obviously, I think it's a little bit of an advantage being able to pick from three. That's just more options, more discs to be able to choose from. But Dynamic has a lot of great discs. I'm really liking like the Warden, the Judge, the Truth, the Felon, the Defender, and the Enforcer, just to name a few. Those were immediate, just go right in the bag.
Okay, and those seem obviously those are all being DD. Do you immediately feel like, well, I should really start and try and find most of my favorites out of DD's lineup, or is there just no pressure whatsoever to be throwing any one of the three?
There's no pressure. They let us know right off the bat. You can throw whatever you want to throw. Whatever works for you, what you like, use it. I kind of feel like they're my main sponsors. They are my sponsors, so I kind of want to give all their discs a shot and see if there is a hole. Then I can fill it with something else.
Well, one of the many things we've learned in coming down to Emporia the last few years is DD is just that they're a tight-knit group that has a very family-like atmosphere. Jeremy obviously takes care of everyone. People hang out together. People are friends in and outside of work down there and in Emporia. What's that like moving into that atmosphere? You've got a few friends that are already there, but what's that like moving into that atmosphere?
It's definitely awesome, man. Like you said, we were there for GBO, we were there for Worlds, and I don't think it matters who you're sponsored by when you're there. Everyone gets that feeling. This is just an awesome place to be. And so to actually be joining that family, that's really awesome.
What is it? Well, I guess I'll go here. bag sponsor, is that still within the DD and the Trilogy lineup, or is there anything new in the works for bags for you?
Yeah, I'm using a dynamic disc commander bag.
Okay. And then Latitude can go as far as outfitting people with shoes as well. I talk about
Head to toe.
Yeah.
DD takes care of you.
yeah, DD's got shorts and which I'm a big fan of wearing. I've got a few pairs of those, and obviously there's a ton of shirts amongst them. Fully outfitted. Have you gotten a chance to try out some new shoes yet?
Have not tried out the shoes yet. I admit, not gone there yet.
All right. And what about some of your plans this year in terms of your touring? And maybe before you even go there, give everyone a little bit of backstory about, golf and how you got into it and what's led you to this point.
Man, it's crazy. I never would have expected I would have been traveling and playing, disc golf as my job. But I got started with a couple of buddies after high school. I remember my brother talking about disc golf when I was in high school, and I was like, Frisbee golf, what is this lame thing he's doing, And then I ended up figuring, going out and playing with buddies, and started playing with my brother. And, just like all of us, I was hooked, and found out you could compete and play tournaments. And I love that even more because I've been competitive my entire life. So, coming from a sports background, that was great.
I was going to say, did you play any sports in high school that would make you so competitive?
Yeah, I played basketball.
Basketball, okay.
And was your brother older or younger? Because that usually has a big.
Older.
Okay. And now, are you in the same area where you were introduced to golf?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm still where I learned to play. So
Okay.
it's kind of cool to see how disc golf has grown here too. Because when I first started playing, and I was a new guy around here, kind of a lot of that crowd has moved on, kind of from the competitive scene, and now it's just almost all new faces, and it's pretty awesome to see disc golf growing in Tennessee.
Now, what was that point when you said, okay, I'm all right at this, or I'm getting good, or I've won some tournaments or whatever? What kind of led you into the world of PDGA A tiers and majors and NTs, really taking it to that next level?
I was playing a lot locally, and then I would probably play like 5, 6, 10 PDJs, but all kind of regional. And, like you said, I kind of felt like I was getting pretty good at it. And, I got some great advice from one of my good friends, Will Shoestrick. I don't know if you guys have heard of him.
Shoot.
Oh, he won 3 of those.
Yeah, those
US
USDGC
Opens.
things.
Okay. That guy. Yeah. Okay.
I think his last name's Shoesteric. But he told me if I wanted to, to get better at disc golf, I needed to play the big events where the best players were, because you've got to challenge the best to play with the best.
Okay.
And I decided to quit my job with the YMCA. Well, I talked to my bosses. They told me they supported me going out, and the last 2 years I've done nothing but travel.
And you were working at the YMCA. What were you doing there?
I do like the summer camp. I help run the summer camp with kids.
Okay. And do you find that, I think of a Madison Walker who's worked so diligently with, Edge and Edge Village and such, and our beloved Zoe Andike, and so many of our players have this passion for teaching alongside of playing. Do you find yourself in the clinic area and things of that nature as well? Is that natural for you?
Yes, it's it's for me. It's so much fun to work with kids, and especially be able to teach them something that I love to do. So it's never a dull moment. I'll say that.
Now, is there going to be, now that you've recently joined DD and we've seen a little bit different look from the company, namely Eric McCabe, is there going to be any kind of like beard competition? Is that where do you see that in the future?
I mean, I would hate for Eric to lose, That would look bad for him. He's a world champion and kind of like the leader of the company. So I could just say that we tie, I'll give him a tie.
Oh,
that's awfully nice of you.
Yeah.
That's really sweet.
I don't know that I'd be so gentle on him. He's the newcomer. I mean, he's
Not, so, I'm the new guy.
So let's talk a little bit about lefties in the game. There's not that many.
Not that many.
I was going to say not that many, and then to qualify it even further, that are on the top or near the top.
Really, Zach and Devin.
Max Nichols.
Max, that's
when
right.
we see him
Max
travel
Nichols.
a little bit more. What's that?
Henrik Johansson.
Henrik, yep.
Oh, Henrik,
when we see him come over.
He comes over to the U.S. and plays. He always plays well.
And we've also seen him, I believe, a little spoiler alert, I think we saw him switch sponsorships. He was with Pro Discus, and now is it DD or Latitude?
Went DD.
DD, awesome. Okay. So what is...
There's also a young kid out of Charlotte, Austin Turner. He's going to be really good.
Yes,
he
he certainly
really
is.
good.
He won junior. Didn't he win did he win Junior Worlds?
He won Junior Under 19. And
Junior
then,
Under 19.
And then, I believe it was, and then this last year he took down Climo at Throwdown the Mountain.
Everybody played well.
Yeah.
I would say that he's not going to be good. I think he's already hit that level, and he's just going to get better.
But there it is. So arguably, I think we just named probably, 4, if not the top 5 lefties in the game.
Yep.
Do you ever feel like you're any kind of disadvantage? I mean, a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's such a righty course," or do you ever feel that? And if so, is there anyone you ever compare notes with?
Yeah, I think being left-handed is just something you get used to. Like when I started playing, obviously most courses are more righty-friendly or righty-dominant, and I learned to flick. So I have a sidearm. So to me, it's just a normal course. It's kind of funny though when people come up and be like, "Dude, you must love this course. It's so lefty friendly." And I add up the holes, and there's 5 or 6 lefty holes. People are like, "This course is so lefty friendly." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. 1 out of every 3."
That's how it feels to us. Whenever we walk up to a hole and it goes the wrong way, we don't know what to do.
Man, some amateur probably designed this course. It's ridiculous.
No doubt.
So what? Speaking of courses, is there a style? I mean, when we break down or talk about a lot of our different players, we say, oh, so and so, throws far, but they're not as good, in the woods. They're maybe not as technical, or so on and so forth. Any particular? Do you feel like you fit into any kind of style of play or course?
I prefer to play wooded courses. Definitely, that's what I learned to play on. Most courses here in Tennessee, close to me, they're very more dominantly wooded. Maple Hill. Maple Hill is one of my favorite courses ever. It's a longer wooded course than you would typically play around here, but it's still amazing.
Now, we don't get to Tennessee a lot, and I think that's going to change a little bit in the next year or two, but the Pro Tour and the World Tours, National Tours, all that stuff don't typically come through Tennessee. Hosted a Worlds, I want to say in 2001-ish, or somewhere around there, and Am Worlds. And so for someone who's not familiar with Tennessee golf, and I know this might be a sweeping generality, but how would you describe most of Tennessee golf?
Moderately wooded, hilly. That you're not going to play just a super flat course like out west. You're going to play with hills and mountains. Very wooded, in and out of woods. It's rare you play a course that's just wide open. You just don't see that here.
And what would you say are the top? If somebody were to come to Tennessee and they had a week, what are the top 3 or 4 courses they need to make sure they hit if traveling around Tennessee wasn't an issue?
My home course here in East Tennessee, Harmon Hills, 27 holes, private. It's in the top 10 on Disc Golf Course Review. You won't meet anybody that doesn't like it. It's awesome. Probably Cedar Hill in Nashville is a really fun, challenging course. And then I've heard of Bud Hill in Memphis. I've yet to play it, though, because it's only 9 hours away from me. So
only just a mere 9 hours.
That's got to be the complete opposite, very tip to tip. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna say because I didn't think Tennessee was 9 hours. Anything was 9 hours away, but I guess laterally.
Do you? And this is kind of a generic question, but do you feel like 9 hours isn't much of a haul for you anymore since you've been on the road?
Not anymore. I used to look at tournaments probably 5 or 6 years ago, and I'd be like, man, what can I play 3 or 4 hours away? Mm-hmm. And a month ago, or earlier, the beginning of December, me and Madison drove to Canada and played. So.
And it's funny. I was just talking to Madison the other day. Break down that experience a little bit. I mean, the idea of Madison from Florida, you from Tennessee, and then coming up to Canada. When I talked about going over there, I was like, Canada, it's the same as what we have here. But for you guys to go up there. A little bit could have been a little bit more of a climate and shock for you, but how was that experience?
It was a shock for her for sure. She was freezing. She hated it. She hated the weather, anyways. The people were amazing.
Yep.
Got to give everybody a shout out up at Union. They are some amazing, super nice people. They were so welcoming. We stayed with Martin Hindle and his family. I don't know if you guys know
Yep.
Martin from up there.
Yep, I do. Yep.
Awesome guy. His mom cooked for us every night. She would bring food over. They got us passes to go to the YMCA across the street, so we got to go swim and hang out in the hot tub, and it was a awesome trip.
Good. Now, what would you say are some of the other, 2015, you said you were at the Memorial, and we've seen you quite a bit. What are some of the other top experiences? And I know there's probably a ton, but what are a few of the other top experiences in the last year or two on the road?
And definitely going to Europe last summer. That was probably the most amazing trip of my life. Going over there and getting to do clinics with Big Germ. Listen to him talk way too long, and people just roll their eyes and like, man, will he ever stop when we can play? And then getting to play all the courses over there, because I watched video of like Yarva and other courses in Europe, and they didn't disappoint. They were awesome.
Okay, and what do you see for yourself in this year in terms of traveling internationally, as well as any of the tours that you may concern yourself with?
I definitely hope to go back to Europe. It's something that I definitely talked about with the guys at DD, and something they said we could definitely make happen. I definitely want to try to play more of the national tours this year,
Okay.
and more of the pro tours. I think the last 2 years I've played 3 or 4, probably about half, and I definitely want to make it to the West Coast and play Beaver State and play De La. And I already know I'm going to miss one pro tour, but I want to try to make the rest for sure. I want to get up to Vermont. Everyone talks about Vermont and says it's amazing.
Now, what was it last year that weighed in on you when you said, okay, I'm going to go to this event or not? I mean, you mentioned, not being in Vermont, which is going to be the site of a Pro Worlds here and the site of the amazing, the Green Mountain Championships, which I've been lucky enough to be at twice now.
Yeah.
When you were making some of those decisions, is it travel? Is it budget? Is it timing? Is it family? What is it that weighs in on you?
I'm probably not the best at planning ahead. I'll admit I kind of procrastinate a little bit, I'd say.
Okay.
Maybe that's why me and Madison travel well together, because it's kind of like, there's a tournament 3 days from now. You want to go? Yeah, let's go. All right, cool. But I'm definitely trying to get better at planning, making plans well ahead of time, making sure I get things set up, but definitely want to try to get out more.
Does that go hand in hand with that whole technology thing, or no?
It could be. I've got this smartphone, and like I know how to unlock it and call people, but
At least you lock it. I mean, you're
Yeah.
a step ahead. You're a step ahead of Madison and Paige.
expect the hack, man. You don't want to get hacked. Put a lock on there. It's not hard. Come on, man, dog.
We last year was a big year, and I think about the tours. Obviously the national tour has been a staple. You said you want to play more of those. The World Tour came about, the Pro Tour. I continue to ask this question because it's one of the premier tours, but is the World Tour truly attainable for our typical pro? I mean, you're what we consider a traveling pro. It's someone I think they're trying to target. You're one of those type of people they're trying to target to attract. But is it feasible? Is it logical or practical for you?
No, I don't think so. I was lucky enough to have Prodigy send me over to Europe when they were having one of the World Tour events, the European Masters. And last year they had the one at La Mirada in California, which was the week before Memorial. So that kind of worked out because I was already signed up for Memorial. But you know what, the schedule he had last year, I mean, who played all of them? Ricky and Paul and Simon, or Simon had to miss the last one because he got hurt. But I don't think it's feasible right now.
Okay.
Not really.
Yeah, and then we're seeing the Pro Tour and the National Tour, obviously all self-contained within the U.S., a little bit more practical in terms of people getting to them. Does either one weigh more heavily on you right now, the Pro Tour versus the National Tour, or would they both be equally as exciting to win or to perform very well at?
I think they're both equally as, I think more so what the event is, I think you look at who you're competing against at the tournament, and you have the same top players at both tours. So to me, I think they're all the same, I think it would be just as awesome to win a Pro Tour event as it would be a National Tour. The National Tour is probably looked at a little higher, but, you have the same great players, from around the world at both. So
now you have a Pro Tour card.
I do.
From this year. How does that feel?
And it's pretty awesome. I like to rub it in everyone's face. That's for sure.
Who's
a wallet? I just show people. Do you all have a card? Nope. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking through to see if I have my Melton card.
I know I have a bunch of them at my house, but Johnny's
thought I had one, but maybe
Johnny's
we'll see.
not as stacked as I am on the cards.
I've got a bunch upstairs I haven't opened yet. So.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah. I know I have a bunch of them.
And actually, I've got 2 complete sets over there that I haven't opened either. So I know I have a Melton card.
Everybody needs a Melton.
Everybody needs a Melton.
Yeah, that is quite the like you said.
Wrong beard, Dana.
He crushes Dana's beard.
I know. Well, Dana. Oh, I mean, I'll say this: you crush Dana's beard in size, but Dana's is so full and just it's a solid looking beard. If you haven't seen it lately, I'll tell you that.
I'll give you guys a secret about Dana's beard. I heard that he uses Rogaine to make it come in like that.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
no, that definitely makes sense. That's something Dana would do.
Yeah, it wouldn't even tell us.
For those who haven't seen you out on the tour or traveling, or you haven't been at every single event, when we think of some of our household names. What are some of the things that make you stand out? What do you think are some of your best attributes on the course? Do you feel like you putt well, you scramble well? What are some of the things for you that think make you the golfer that you've become right now? And what can you improve on?
I would say number one, my attitude. I try to keep a positive attitude, a positive outlook. Don't let the negativity creep in, and just never quit, like you said. I feel like I'm a good scrambler, especially, playing in the woods a lot. It's just something you have to learn to do. You're not going to throw perfect 18 tee shots in a wooded course. So I feel like I'm a good putter too. Playing in the open is definitely something I've had to learn to get used to. Like first time going to Memorial, 2015, having to learn to throw a disc that lands 30 feet left and then it skip and then roll. Like, who aims that far? That's just the way you got to learn to play.
Yeah, so at different courses, different grass, different everything, especially out at the Memorial.
Yeah.
And what do you feel like? What do you feel like you need to improve on? And does the switch in plastic did that kind of aid that? If you felt like, I really want to work on my flick, and now I've got 3 new discs that I'm going to be flicking with. Now's the best time to dial it in, or whatever it is. Do you feel like anything you want to work on?
I think the switch, like definitely switching new discs to new plastic, it's kind of more motivating to get out and to really practice and really get them learned, because you can throw a disc in the first 3 or 4 throws and know what it does, but you don't really trust it. You've got to get a lot of reps and a lot of playing in with it. So definitely just practice everything, I think you can always improve everything.
And travel mates this year, that's probably we see a lot of different people form and maybe even throughout different times of the year. Somebody opens the season with this group and then hops in a van or an RV and then maybe finishes out the season with someone else or alone, or they stay home or whatever. What do you see on 4C right now?
Definitely anytime I can get my main man, Kobe Geist, to travel with me, that's, always going to go anywhere with him. He just moved back to Florida, so that's going to be a little more difficult. Paige and Madison told me I can always fly out and jump in with them for a few weeks. But no set plans for sure. No one travel mate to go the whole year with yet.
And one of the times I ran into you last year, I believe you were rolling solo for the most part. Were you not around like the Ohio one?
Hambrick, yes.
Yeah, Hambrick.
I drove up to the Hambrick the day before. Just I was straight by myself, like, all right, I'm going to go play an NT, so let's go play.
And what I guess when I think about those traveling plans, how to say it? Like, so I don't know. I guess that doesn't make sense what I was trying to go with. Never mind. Anyway, I guess I was trying to think of in terms of what puts you out on the road for a certain period of time, I guess is ultimately where I was going with that question. You know, are you one of those guys that says, you know what, I like to be home every other week, or I don't ever want to be out on the road more than 4 weeks at a time, or whatever that time frame is, or are you, think you're going to be more of a weekend kind of guy?
Last year, I don't think I was ever away from home longer than 3 weeks,
Okay.
but I definitely did that about 4 or 5 times, maybe 3 or 4 times, but usually 3 weeks. I don't think I've been gone longer than 3 weeks. Europe, I think I was gone for like 3.5. The Memorial and La Mirada, I was gone for 3 weeks. The GBO and Ledgestone, I was gone for 3 weeks. So that's usually the longest.
And now that you're one of the newer guys that is touring and making a living and trying to do everything you do. I think of so many people that we ask a Nate and a Val, and they tell us, what does it take to bring you to a new event, or, you have staples and whatnot, but you're still kind of in that testing stage. And the question is maybe even more interesting for you. What does bring you to an event? What excites you? What do you need to hear or see about an event that gets you interested to be there?
It's definitely the people. If someone's willing to reach out and hit us up, or you meet someone at a tournament and they tell you about this event at this course that you'll love, and they really get excited for you to come play their event. That's good. That's good to hear. That makes you feel special. So, and I think any touring pro would be lying if they said money wasn't a factor either. I mean, if you hear that a tournament's going to have a lot of extra money, that's something that comes into play. But definitely the people for sure.
And are you at that point yet where you're just your Facebook is inundated with people saying, "Come play this event, come play this event"? Everybody wants you there.
I mean, I do get those every now and then. It does happen. I mean, that's cool to hear. So the Canada trip, I played with Martin at USDGC in 2015, and then his caddy is the guy that organized that event and was the co-TD, and he messaged me like at least 7 or 8 times during 2016 and telling me to come play this event at the end of the year in Canada. And I'm like, there's no way I'll go play in Canada. That's so far away. But December comes, and hey, I went to Canada.
Okay. And as you said, everything about it was great. And I know it had this amazing cause, and Madison had given me some of the details about how it went down and everything that they did. And so it sounds like it was a great event, and then also had this amazing cause and charity attached to it. So something that I think you're going to see more people try to find a way to get it on their calendar. What about maybe some of the there's always rumblings of I'll call them fringe events, and I mean just barely outside the U.S. I think when people talk about, and I know the Hawaii's within the U.S., but when I think about Hawaii or Alaska, which is I know
it's recent. It's a recent move.
I know, and I wasn't about to set myself up and say those are outside. I'm just saying not quite all the way overseas in Finland or wherever, but some of those other events, northern Canada, Alaska. Do any of those events jump out at you, or do you feel like it just all comes down to what fits into the plans and the budget?
Definitely what fits in the plans and the budget. Any of those events I'm sure would be amazing to go to, but got to fit it in.
So we've got to assume that GBO is going to be maybe a little bit more exciting now that you're officially inside of the DD family. Although, like you said, they treat everybody like family. But
Bobby owes you 2 dinners, by the way,
yes.
for being a DD member. 2.
Yes.
2?
2.
At least.
I'll write it down.
At least 2.
But that event, it's special, it's unique, it's exciting. What have been your experiences and/or what do you look most forward to there?
Let's see. This year was my first year playing GBO.
Yep.
And I mean, I think everybody will agree that it's just got a different feel. There's like a buzz when you're there. There's so many people there. Like you go, they have the player party downtown, on the road. They have the putting finals in the middle of the road. Everybody's watching. That was so cool to see. They've got a storefront. I mean, how often do you see like a disc golf store and get to go walk in and look around? I mean, that was cool to see this year. And I wasn't even, I was part of a different company, but, and definitely the way they run their event, they've got 5 or 6 people at hole one at every course, and everything's taken care of. It's definitely ran well.
Yeah, they roll out the red carpet, and it's been no shock that we've seen the major events that have taken place there, with the recent Pro and Am Worlds taking place. The Junior Worlds are going to be held there, and there is something special. And I know we kind of gush about it all the time, but to go into a community of roughly 10,000 people, and then you bring another 700, 800, or 1,200 golfers into it on top of what's there. The way that everyone treats you in that community, when they say we know disc golf or we've perfected it, and you see it on the billboards.
And they're like, "Oh, you're a disc. How's the tournament going?" You don't even have to tell them about disc golf. They're like, "Oh, how'd you play today?" Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. What would you say has been your biggest win or accomplishment thus far in disc golf?
That's a good question. I would have to say probably 2 years ago when I played USDGC, I got 10th place. I had a bad last round, but that was my first time playing the event, and I've probably watched videos, even your videos of the tournament, and I've watched it and wanted to play that event for so long, and finally getting to play it and playing well. And then, the last round we all played in like that horrible weather. I didn't play well, but, still to get 10th place first time there. I mean, that tournament is probably more special than all of them. So,
well, and I was going to say 10th place had you played well for 4 rounds or whatever. I mean, anytime. It seems like that event, because it's been on such a large stage and it's now in its 16th, 17th, 18th year, it seems like it's really catapulted a few people into stardom. Yeah. And, I think of a Max a few years ago who busted out. Jeff Bennett a number of years ago, many years ago, he was always a solid player, but then same thing. He showed up, had a phenomenal week there, and was really officially like on the map. Michael Joe obviously has always been a solid player, and then he shows up there, finishes second or third or whatever it was a few years ago, and so I think there's some extra special bump that you get when you're there.
Yeah.
And then
especially when you play well, you come off that course and you play well. It's a different feeling than you get at any other course in the whole world. Like when you come off that course and you've won, you've shot under par, you feel good about it. It's definitely rewarding.
So, and I can certainly agree with that. And thinking about playing well, knowing that you're good friends with Big Germ, I'm sure you also don't give him full credit for that win this year, right? Because there's only 3 rounds.
We're in a group chat, and as soon as he won, I think the next day I changed his name to 3/4 champ.
Wow.
Okay.
No respect.
As any good friend
should. Of course.
Great. Him and Nate Sexton are both great 3-round winners. They're up there.
Exactly.
Yep.
I saw the great trophy ceremony and handoff when Nate said, "I'm." As being your 3-round champion, handing off to the next 3-round champion.
It couldn't have worked out any better, Nate.
It really was. It was a special moment, I think, for all.
No, that was definitely awesome, though. I was so happy for him. He's worked really hard, and finally, that was a career-defining win for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna be catching up with Big Germ in the after show, and he'll probably
Don't tell him I said something nice.
Oh, we will.
No, definitely not.
I would never live that down.
You've said that you've relied on your forehand. Big Germ clearly a very prolific forehander. Rank our forehanders, maybe top 5 or so. In disc golf, who would you put up there as our top forehanders? And don't be shy if you think you need to be up there.
Oh, I'm definitely in the top 5 with Germ, that's for sure.
Okay.
I think me and him are. If I got to play right-handed on all these righty courses, I think I would be better than him. But doing it left-handed and having a kind of a handicap,
yeah,
he gets the edge. But We'll see. Joey Lutz has a great forehand
Yeah, he
from
does.
Tennessee. I don't know if a lot of people know about Joey, but he may be able to throw a sidearm further than anybody I know. He can just crush a flick. He deuced hole 12 at Maple Hill. I don't know if
Yep.
people, I don't know, did you hear that story?
Uh,
He hit a guy on the green.
yeah, yeah. I was trying to think of hole
Yeah.
12, the uphill.
It goes
Yes,
uphill and
yes.
ducks back down into the woods. He deuced it.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
ridiculous.
incredible.
That was a
Very.
huge crush plus a little bit of a throw in, right?
Uh, I think he had a putt.
Okay, yeah, that's disgusting though. Anyone that can get up and over that mound and actually penetrate down into that area, any using any style is truly amazing.
Obviously, Ricky has a great forehand. I played with Jared Roan at the Hambrick. You mentioned the Hambrick, Jared.
Yep.
I told Jared he's my favorite lefty on tour just because he flicks every hole.
Uh
So,
huh.
um, trying to think. Let's see.
We see Sarah Hokum, obviously, not to just
Well,
to.
Holcomb, she has a great forehand. Absolutely. She got to watch her play in the final nine at Hambrick, and she was throwing that flick all over the place.
Yeah, I was, and then you got to think of a Nate Sexton, who obviously he's kind of a staple when it comes to the forehand spin,
His
so to
forehand's
speak.
okay. It's all right.
Is he not as powerful as some of the others?
I wouldn't be shy to call Nate a finesse player. Like
Oh no,
No.
oh no, we're gonna go there.
I
Ouch.
wouldn't want to say his backhand was a little soft, but
Okay, fair enough. Switching gears just a little bit, is there one event? I don't want to just say one event you want to win, but is there one or two events that you particularly look forward
Something
to?
that'd be more special to you than any other particular
Yeah,
event.
up here in 2017. We just talked about how amazing the GBO is, but is there any event or two that you think you'd really love the little extra bump, a win at or something, or a super good finish?
um, USDGC. I think anybody that travels and plays. I mean, I really enjoy the course, and it's kind of like the history behind the tournament. I think anybody would be lying if they said they didn't want to win that tournament for sure. And definitely when I've played some good rounds on that course. It's something. Watching Germ play really good and come away with the win with a little asterisk beside it. But
Mhm.
obviously that tournament would be probably tops. On top of the mountain to take down. That would be great. Maple Hill would be awesome because I feel like if you win that tournament, then you've beaten that course the 4 times in a row because that course is so difficult. Um, this year I had 2 good rounds, and then I had 2 rounds where that course just slapped me around, and it was a bad round, good round, bad round, good round, and I wasn't trying to attack it differently. It's just how difficult that course is. So that would definitely be special to challenge and beat that course 4 rounds in a row.
And I'll go ahead and say, I think to kind of echo your sentiment there, we look at the people that have had some phenomenal years. We think of, when Sarah Hokum won her Worlds, I believe that was the same year she won at Vibram, or she won Vibram and then Worlds. Nate Doss, 2011, won Vibram, then went ahead and won Worlds. So you're seeing when some of these players do well at Vibram, a lot of times we're seeing them do really well at the World Championships. And again, I'm sure some of our great, yeah, it carries right, and I think you put it perfectly. You've really truly beat the course, and also the two events that you named are two events where there's one course, and it's just you against that one course for 4 rounds. So
Yeah.
I see a theme there in what you're saying because it's just you and the course.
Absolutely.
Maybe more so than any other. And I guess that'll be a follow up. Is that the answer that you like to go to an event that has just one course, or do you like variety? Like we see at some of the other events.
Not that variety is bad, especially if you go somewhere and you get to play like 2 courses that are complete opposites or definitely 2 different styles. But I think one course that you get to go and you get to prepare for and really focus and learn that course. I think for me, I feel like I have the best chance of success focusing on like specific course.
Okay, and I think that's what we're seeing more of. We're seeing not as much focus on a number of courses. Players like to get dialed in. They're traveling, they're touring.
Yep.
You only have so much practice time, and when you come to town, hey, let's play this one course, to get it dialed in, and we don't have to worry about so many of them. And I would say, and somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, I think probably the most diverse event, large-scale event of this entire year is probably the Memorial. I think a Green Mountain's going to have two different courses. Yeah. GBO may have 2 or 3, probably just 2 if I'm right, maybe. Worlds is only going to have 2 courses.
No, did they just added another course to Worlds?
I believe it's only going to be those 2.
Just those 2, okay.
Yeah, so
Jackson at IDGC, and then I think they're like combining and making one big course at the Hippodrome.
No, I don't know if they're using the Hippodrome because they're using the new. I apologize. I don't know if it's an Army Reserve or it's on some kind of naval base or Army grounds or something of that nature, Marine Corps, something like that. And that was just announced in the last week or 2 on the PDGA. And I think it's going to be just that one along with just one other course. I could have swore I saw it just being only a 2-course event this year. So
that'll be good.
Other than Memorial, again, our biggest events are only going to be featuring 1 or 2 courses. And I think that's kind of the trend that we're moving to. Vegas. Vegas is 4 days. I'm not sure if that's 2 or 3 different courses. But, again, it's very few these days that we're seeing. Fort Gordon, as everyone's chiming in. And if somebody can confirm, I think it's just Fort Gordon and 1 other course. I don't know if that's at the IDGC or if that's Lake Olmsted or if that's some other course there within Augusta. So, anyway. Also, real quick, I wanted to backtrack. You mentioned USDGC. We mentioned breakout people and breakout rounds. Let's recap. Your top 10 finish there. You're a lefty. Jeff, I was just talking about. Jeff Bennett, essentially a lefty. He throws really nothing but. Max Nichols, breakout event, breakout round, lefty. Is there dare I say, is there anything special? Is Winthrop a lefty favorable course?
And I was actually hoping you would ask that question.
Since you're throwing away from
thinking up of all the holes and the shots, and I was trying to be as fair as possible. And there are, I would say, 7 lefty shots. Like, I think there are 2 holes where it's like one of the shots is a righty friendly, next shot is lefty, or vice versa. So there were 2 halves. So I think there's truly 5 lefty friendly holes and probably a couple other halves, and then a lot of them are neutral. But there you go. People say it all the time. Winthrop is such a lefty course, bro.
Yeah, but you finish on 18, which seems to be brutal for a lefty at USDGC. I mean, that's almost as you could rack up. I would count that it's almost 2 bad holes for a lefty on hole 18.
But 17 so easy, bro, as a lefty.
He's got the big bailout, man.
You got the big bailout, right? Do you flick that?
Man.
What's that?
Oh, 17 is so easy for a lefty player. There's OB all the way around it, but it's so easy.
Well, I know that that's a conversation that obviously comes up because people talk about the USDGC because there's so many facets to it. There's the course, there's the level of play, there's the money that's on the line, the notoriety, the longevity of it. There's so many things, and then righty versus lefty is a conversation. I mean, you're throwing, for me, I think about hole 5 is the one hole that really jumps out because you're throwing, ultimately back towards inbounds all the time, and then that final shot sets up a little easier for a lefty, but.
Yeah, I mean, I do know a left-handed player that took a 9 on that hole this year. I'm not going to say his name, but it rhymes with Jack.
Okay.
But, I would agree. It's probably the hole 5, definitely people. I would agree on that one. I get to hang it out over the water, and it comes back in 3 times in a row. So I'll give them that. There's one hole.
So a question that we reserve usually for people that we don't speak to as often like yourself, and we're so glad you joined us, but we got to ask top hole and then top course in disc golf for you.
Man. Everyone tells me when I eventually go to Vermont, that Smuggler's Notch, that wooded course, because the people that know me, they know I love wooded courses. They say you are going to love this course. Probably top courses or favorite courses I played on the national tour level. It would be we've just been talking about it, Maple Hill.
Okay.
Not on the national tour level. Definitely the one I'm going to play a course in a couple weeks down the Swanee Open, Maggie, down in Florida.
Okay.
It is a all wooded course in Florida, which is pretty rare, and it is amazing. So it's one of my favorites for sure.
Okay. And was that at one point a temporary course or maybe it still is? And then
No, it's a permanent wooded
Okay.
course.
Okay.
They have a temp course that goes along with the tournament if they open it up into 2 fields. But
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay. Any particular disc golf hole that you're super jacked or excited to go play, or look forward to every time you step on a particular course?
hole
You're not
1 Maple Hill.
Okay. I was gonna say you're not gonna probably say hole 14 Maple Hill.
No, that's actually not in there. Believe it or not, I've had probably the 2 luckiest shots ever on that hole. Though I throw a forehand, and twice when I played it, it was super windy. It was a right to left wind, and I threw a flick and it turned over, so it's way out over the water, and it comes back and it hits like 25 feet from the bank, and it flared up onto the green part twice.
Wow.
And I turned around, looked at my car, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Sorry you had to witness that, guys.
Yeah.
Are you one? I'll follow that up with. Are you one of the guys that believes in any of the disc karma or the don't nice me, or as soon as someone says it, you know?
No, absolutely not. I'm a believer that as soon as it leaves your hand, it's going to do whatever it does. That's on the track. But of course, anybody that doesn't like it, I'm going to say nice shot every time they throw.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't nice me, bro.
Richard on the board says, anything in particular for an off-season routine? I know, again, you've got all this new plastic that you're trying to get dialed in, but is there anything in particular, any kind of strategy, workouts? Is it putting or driving or anything out in a field, or is it just playing more rounds of golf? What is it for you?
I'm not one to take off the off season that much. Like I continue to play. I know some people like to just put their discs down and not touch them for a month or two. I like to keep playing. I'm a believer of reps and repetition and muscle memory, and just the more you do something, the better you're going to be at it. Definitely don't hit it as hard as the tour season, but I definitely do try to, at least if I'm not going to play, try to get out and putt. Try to get out and throw. Like I have a short little beginner course here in town, and it's like 200-foot shots, and go throw putters and putt. Try to do something at least once every other day, if not every day.
Okay. Well, as we wrap it up here, is there anything else you want to share with us? Something that people may or may not know about you that you'd like to share, or any shout-outs or anything else you'd like to give everyone?
Well, I didn't want to tell anyone, but when Paige switched, she told me if I didn't go to Dynamics, she wouldn't be my friend anymore.
Wow.
And so it was like she's the only 3-time world champion friend I have, so I had to do it. But
Yeah.
let's keep that on the DL. You know what I mean?
So how much do you think she had to pay DD to get you on the team? I mean,
Man, she paid a lot. She really wanted me on the team. She was like, we need someone who's really good. So
Are you the best lefty on the team?
absolutely.
Okay.
you've never seen Emac throw lefty. I'm just saying. Or maybe you have.
All right, fair enough. I'll take that until we throw off.
Now, did you get a chance? It would have been in my negotiating contract. Did you get a chance to taste or throw any of the chocolate truths?
Yes, that was actually in the deal. They had to give me 15 chocolate truths.
Nice.
Yeah, and I get them like once a month for the next year and a half. So.
Sweet. That sounds like a good.
That's all they have to sponsor me with.
Yeah, exactly. Johnny V's pretty easy. Not to put DD on the spot too much here, but is there talk of any kind of touring disc or some kind of extra special support, or without or share whatever you want?
I will have a fundraiser disc coming out with a special stamp on it. So
Okay.
that's definitely pretty awesome. I'm excited for that.
Sweet. Any hints here on Smashbox as to what that's going to be?
I don't know. What would you guys like to see? What do you think? What do you think the people would want?
The EMAC Truth. No,
Chocolate Truth.
no.
All right. That's my fundraising.
You know, the problem with DD is no matter what I say, it sounds offensive. Like, you should have the felon. Or maybe the sheriff. So, honestly, I couldn't even tell you. I like the trespass quite a bit. So, I mean, that's a nice... I don't know if it's anything I haven't looked at the DD bio yet to see if it's anything you throw, but I personally enjoy throwing the trespass, so...
Yeah, what I was going to say, dare I ask, what's been the what do you feel like you're going to be throwing more than any other disc?
The felon, I like to use forehand and backhand. It's probably one of my most used discs because, I got to use the flick a lot. It just happens. So I'm a really big fan of the felon. Really stable disc for backhand and flicks both, but definitely on the flick, it lands really soft. It doesn't flare and skip and roll away from the basket. It has a soft finish, but yeah, I think the felon is probably going to be one of my most used discs.
Okay.
Awesome.
And your last question of the night, and I reached out to Paige. I said, is there anything else that we should put you on the spot for? And I think she was really polite and just said I should ask you about clinics in Memphis and Nashville. So it sounds like a good setup. What do you got going on?
Man, I think she's pulling your leg, dude.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Jonathan Ray has set up a singles one-round tournament in Memphis on Saturday on the 12th, and then the 13th we'll have the same thing in Nashville. And me and Paige will be doing a clinic after each round.
Sweet.
Both days.
Awesome.
Perfect.
And Paige is going to tell us how to become a world champion.
Ooh. Secrets.
Big talk.
Yeah. Sounds like you should attend, Johnny. You should drive down there.
Everybody.
I should attend. Honestly, I just don't know if I'll get to it.
Well, if you don't want to be a world champion, then I guess you could stay here.
Now, is it world champion at disc golf or just a world champion at something?
No, at skill shot.
Skill shot. There you go.
There you go.
That's
possible.
That would help.
Skill shot world champion.
All right, Zach. Well, we appreciate you taking the time with us. I think it's overdue, actually. We shouldn't have waited for any kind of team announcement. We should have had you way earlier. But we do appreciate you stepping inside the Smash Box, and I have a feeling we may see you on some live broadcast action at some point this year. Your play has proven just that, and we'd love to see that awesome attitude on the course.
Awesome, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Have a good night, Zach.
Thanks a lot, Zach.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, DD's newest team member, or one of their newest team members, in Zach the Lefty Melton, rocking the beard.
Hard. Rocking it hard.
Yeah, and he's not one of those, trendy beard come lately guys like Dana.
Oh, no.
That's a term.
So you're saying it's not a hipster beard. It's a true.
This is a legit.
It's a legit.
This is a
mountain man beard.
Yeah, this is something that he's got all of the time, and not something that's just added to try and look cool.
So one of the things that we want to do this year with the Smashbox podcast is add new elements to the broadcast, to the show. And so one of the things that I just recently did is I reached out to a Smashy in Disc Golf Nerd, who also has his own YouTube page and does some really phenomenal long-form disc reviews. And I asked him, I said, hey, maybe like once a month, you think you could send us something, 60, 90, most like 2 minutes long, and just kind of give us what's a breakdown of some new plastic. And he was ecstatic. So I think what we're going to do is while we get Paige on, we are going to show Disc Golf Nerd's newest review. I believe it's his newest review. He told me he's working on getting another one right now, and so hopefully we'll have that in a couple of weeks. But for now, take a gander at the West Side Queen.
What's up, Smashies? Let's take a look at the West Side Discs Queen. It's a high-speed, understable distance driver from West Side. The first thing that really stood out for me with this disc once I started testing it is how smoothly contoured it is. It's got a very nice rounded feel to the outer edge. Also, the inner rim is very smoothly contoured. And even though it's a little bit of a wide rim disc, it's not a huge rim, but it's still very comfortable in the hand. That nice rounded edge, there's nothing sharp. It just feels really great in the hand. The tournament plastic has a nice feel. It's good quality, durable stuff, and just a great feeling disc in the hand. For me, in flight, I find this thing to be very, very straight with a lot of glide. It kind of pushes forward as it flies for me. I can throw it down on some hyzer, let it flip up, and get a very, very straight and accurate distance flight out of it. Something that you can throw and it'll hold a line very nicely. It's not just like an open field, bomb or disc where you're not sure where it's going to go. I was able to control it pretty well. If you have a bigger arm speed, I'm sure it's going to be something that's pretty flippy, more of a big turnover or tailwind disc for you, maybe some long rollers, or something that you can throw from a standstill, give it some hyzer, and still get some distance out of it. What I think this disc is best suited for, though, is people with lower arm speed. Maybe you're looking for your first kind of high-speed distance driver to check out. I think the Queen would be a great choice for that. It still maintains a very straight flight. It stands up and will glide very easily for you, so you don't have to. Disc golf tips and information. My little.
Thank you, Disc Golf Nerd, for that little review. You can expect to see more. I wonder what that is.
She's been in talks with the likes of Champ, whatever. We knew we had a pretty big show tonight, and we've got, honestly, one of our largest turnouts, so hopefully everybody's ready to go. Nice. We got a super good turnout in terms of people here live, and we always talk about if you're here watching live, you're more likely to win something as part of our live studio audience on Tuesday night. So welcome to the show. You're no stranger to the Smash Box. What do you got for us?
I don't know if you've heard, but I am officially.
Wow.
I know. Clearly one of the best, buddy, from your first Worlds, I believe, 2011.
Yep.
And it said, "Welcome home," Paige.
I was actually hugging Eric in that picture, but yes,
okay.
I have.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, that was like probably one of my favorite days ever that I've ever lived. I actually have a picture on my computer desk of me hugging my best friend that day too.
Awesome.
And one in the living room with me and my dad. But yeah, that one was me and Eric. He caddied for me, and coach, I got first place, and he caddied for me that final 9. So, yeah, that was a cool picture. Whoa.
I just Paige.
Oh, okay.
I just killed the video for a little bit.
Okay. But yeah, that was a cool picture.
It really was. And now, again, there's people to this day that didn't realize 4, 5, 6 years ago, Dynamic Disc wasn't part of Trilogy, and they weren't part of making any of their own discs whatsoever.
Right.
And so a lot of people were sponsored at that time by, for the most part, Innova or Discraft. You were a Discraft sponsored player, but a lot of people also had Dynamic Disc as a sponsor as well, because DD at the time was primarily an apparel company. They were doing selling discs, but apparel was one of the big components to DD. So people could be sponsored by both Innova and DD. Paul Macbeth, I believe, was, for example. Paul Ulibarri was, and then I think of yourself and a number of other people on Discraft. So talk about how the world has transitioned in terms of these sponsorships throughout the years and what that's kind of all meant to you.
Yeah, like you said, back then they didn't make discs, and I was with Discraft, and DD was at that point pretty much just dyeing discs. They didn't even have the Dymax machine yet. I remember when the Dymax machine came in, we stayed at the shop until probably 4 a.m. Just running discs and trying to perfect it, and that's before they had their own disc to print it on. And I was stamping up Avengers, and I still have my very first one we ever did. And it's funny, me and Rusko were talking about that the other day, and he remembered exactly what it was, which was crazy to me, because I don't know if you watch tennis at all, but my favorite tennis player is Novak Djokovic, and so it says like "no joke" on it, and a picture of him with a tennis ball. And Rusko, we were talking about the Dymax and just like kind of reminiscing, and he's like, "Do you still have that Novak Avenger?" I was like, "Yeah, that's so strange that you know that." But yeah, it's really cool to look back and see not only how far Dynamics come, but the sport. Back then, like you said, it was Innova and Discraft only, and pretty much as far as manufacturers. And then, apparel dynamic was literally the only one. So, I mean, it's crazy to see like just the vast majority of apparel still staying with dynamic. And, discs as well. I think they have now like come into the market and kind of not taken over, but they're well on their way. And it's awesome to see how much variety we have out there and how many options. If somebody hasn't heard of dynamic disc, at least they've heard of disc golf now. So, back then going out to a restaurant, nobody, you would be wearing a shirt and nobody knows what that means. And, you're in a 30-minute conversation explaining disc golf and, now everybody sees it and they're like, oh, you play. So I think that's my favorite transition that our sport has encountered so far.
Now, I think it's fair to say, and we don't need to get into any details, of course, but it's been fair to say that you've had some struggles with your transition. And, last year it didn't seem as if, I'll go ahead and say, it didn't seem like your heart was fully in the game. You're obviously a fierce competitor. You're a 3-time world champion, but didn't always seem like you were having as much fun as we're used to seeing you have. Do you feel like now that you've moved on to the team that you're with and the company that you're with and some of your closest friends, do you feel like there's going to be a significant mental shift for you, or did I just imagine that last year?
No, I mean, I would be lying if I said that, I didn't have it on my mind. But like you said, that was last year, and I'm hoping to, keep my past behind me and move forward. I actually, I knew that was present in my mind as well, but I tried to push the thoughts away and focus. As a professional, doing your job, you want to focus on the task at hand. And unfortunately, it was a little hard for me at times. 3 holes would go by and it would be fine. And then, a little trigger would happen and, my mental game would just completely go downhill. And, I struggled big time with my mental game last year. And, I think you could see that starting out the year at the Memorial when I missed the 8-footer. So that was pretty cool. But I actually had a talk with Cam Todd. He's been like such a subtle influence to me. He doesn't say a whole lot, but he's like a book of knowledge. It's crazy. He just told me one sentence after the Beaver State Fling. He just pulled me aside and said it was good to see you today, and I was like, good to see you too, Cam. He said, no, it was good to see you on the course today. And, I lost that tournament. Always, I never won the Beaver State Fling. But, that just kind of made me think and I was able to overcome it mentally that weekend. And so I know I can do it. And luckily I don't have to anymore. And got nowhere to go but up from here for sure.
So you had to, we saw at the Memorial some of the discs you were throwing and whatnot. Your contract ended with Prodigy a couple days ago. There had to have been some other suitors. You're the 3-time world champ. How long have you known that kind of dynamic disc was your home, or were there other options? Were there other thoughts in your head?
There were other options, yes. And, any changes is a big change, especially when I've already switched from Discraft to Prodigy and now, making another switch. I don't want to be looked at as unloyal. I know I've seen people saying, loyalty, and I don't know. I try to just push that aside because it's not really about being loyal. It's about what's right for you. And I think that's what finalized my decision to go with dynamic disc. I honestly, at the bottom of my heart, feel like it's the place for me. And I think that they believe that as well, which is awesome. And as far as other offers, there were definitely good offers. And
you don't have to get into the details. That I was just thinking, oh yeah, you're a hot commodity. You're one of the you are probably, arguably, one of the 2 top women in the world right now. So
Yeah, you're good.
you're good. Yeah, and apparently you can teach people how to be world champions. That's what Zach just told us.
Yeah, he's
Now, go ahead and elaborate a little bit. You talked about EMAC.
I still can't see you guys, by the way.
Yeah, I killed the video to you just because we were having some issues with the stream, so it seems to be really good without video. So I don't want to risk
Yeah,
it.
everything looks great. You just can't see us.
Perfect.
You're welcome.
Just looking at a screen that says
It's a little weird. No, we're sorry.
Pause
but
the
you're doing
YouTube
great.
and then you can look
it's
at
like
us.
a timer counting up.
Everything looks great. So what I was going to say is your good friend, your mentor, your coach, travel mate in Eric McCabe. But in addition to Eric, you are very connected and well vested within Emporia and the rest of the DD staff, and some of your best friends work at DD. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so is that all part of when people talk about family, and you just said, that's where you feel most comfortable and feel like that's where you really belong? Is that where that all comes from? Is that how you arrive at that?
What is that?
Yeah, like just your decision and you knew where you felt like you really needed to be and should be.
I mean, I think so, yeah. I think that the people, it would be nothing without any single person. It would just be a name, Dynamic Disc. So I think Rusko has done an amazing job, compiling a bunch of great individuals to make this team and unit of, that makes up Dynamic Disc. And I think, if you didn't have any logos on, or I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but I think if you didn't know who was with who, you could kind of pick out who was on Dynamic just because they're all very similar, very passionate and driven and dynamic, and everybody's just very enthusiastic and just really, 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 truly wanting to grow the sport. And when you walk into the warehouse or just Emporia, you can definitely feel that. It's just no other place like it as far as in the disc golf community.
Yeah, we said the same with Zach. The GBO and all the other majors and the worlds that have taken place there, and the few times we've been there, just that culture, everything in Emporia. You can tell that they live and breathe and they embrace disc golf the way they do. And then I'll go a step further and say I feel like within the DD within the DD company, there's that freshness, kind of a younger crowd overall. In terms of the employees and the staff, for the most part, it's generally on the younger side. And there's that excitement, there's that enthusiasm, and I think customer service is something that they've really dialed in on, and they're very serious about. And then you have the likes of Bobby Brown, who wants to just always be killing it on the media side of things.
No doubt.
And so I feel like they're doing a lot of things correctly, and it's really exciting to see. And who would have guessed Emporia, Kansas is hosting, some of the best disc golf events and one of the, biggest and best companies that's out there. So moving into 2017 here, any less play? You see touring kind of being the same, or are you going to relax a little to, stop and smell the roses, so to speak? What's going to be your outlook for 2017?
Well, literally just now I just got a price alert that my Australia flight dropped $200. So I'm about to buy that as soon as we get off of here.
Okay. So you're going to Australia?
Yes.
Breaking news, folks. Breaking news right here. Paige Pierce price alert. Going to Australia.
Price tracker. It's great.
Real quick, what is that? 1,500, 1,200, 1,800? What is it?
I'm actually doing one ways.
Okay.
So it's relatively cheaper. So the first one's like $775, and the second one is can't remember, somewhere near the same.
Okay, so you're looking roughly 1,500 for a round trip to Australia. And Just
Not a round trip though.
No,
Well,
2 one ways.
okay.
Yeah, but it's multi-city.
Okay. So, but my point is, what I'm trying to share with the world is that event, you're looking at roughly $1,500. That's just airfare.
Yes.
So that's a pretty serious commitment. I spoke with your pal, Madison, just the other day. She said that she was excited to go. We've seen Jen Allen is signed up. She's talking about going. Are we going to see an above average women's field at this event?
I don't think so. Unfortunately, I mean, it's in Australia. Like you just said, it's $1,500. It's far away. A lot of people don't want to travel 40 hours. And, I have a 15-hour layover in Dubai overnight. So that's going to be interesting. But I definitely think it's going to be worth it. And, I only competed in 2 major championships last year, Worlds and U.S. Women's. And both I fell short on. And like we talked about earlier, my mental game was not there last year. So I'm just very, very, very excited for the opportunity to compete for a major championship, and it being in Australia where it's their summertime is just like icing on the cake. I cannot play in the winter. My hands just don't work. And so I'm excited to escape the cold, Texas cold, and, go throw some Frisbees and try to get a win.
Now, Nate and Val and Macbeth have all told us when they went a couple years ago, it was like 110 degrees. Is that the extreme heat you're looking for?
I mean, I would be down. I'm from Texas, like I said. It's always hot, I don't feel as affected in the heat as I feel like a lot of people do. When you're playing rounds out in Arizona or, wherever it may be hot, everyone's like, oh God, it's so hot. And, I would be lying if I said it wasn't hot, but, I don't feel as fatigued, and I don't know, I guess it's like a slight advantage, I guess, but I don't know about Australian summers. 110 degrees sounds crazy to me, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it all depends on the humidity. I mean,
Yeah.
110.
So, and real quick, just before we move on off that, the last time it looks like it was updated, it was December 30th. I'm looking at the open women registration. Jennifer Allen, Christina Bear, yourself, Madison Walker, and Naoyo Yoshida. Out of Tokyo. So right now, and I don't know how much this is going to move, but right now it shows 5 open women.
Yeah.
They're competing. Madison said it the other day. She's treating it almost like it's a vacation as well, because 5 open women, even if you do win, there's plenty of expenses that go along with it. It's hard to come out ahead on a trip like that. Is that correct?
I'm not looking at it as, a payday or a vacation. It's, for me, it's an accomplishment in my career, a major championship. It's a lot of things that some people don't ever accomplish. So, only having 5 women, it absolutely sucks. When I first started looking into it, there was only 1 woman on the wait list or on the registration. So 5 is better than 1. And, it's for a major title. And, if I win $5 or if I win 20,000, like, it's going to be the same feeling to me.
Do you feel like last year not having women on the world tour, did that kind of set maybe a tone for this year, even though women will be invited for the first 3 events, but not necessarily the final USDGC event? Do you feel like last year there's maybe some carryover from that, or what? Why would you say?
I didn't even know it was a world tour event. I don't think, that's not going to stray me away or get me to go either way. Like I said, it's a major. That's the only thing I care about. But can you see me still? Okay.
Yep, we can see you. Yep.
Sorry.
I can try to get the video back. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
I'll watch. So.
But I forgot the question. I'm sorry.
We were talking about. You said you weren't as concerned that whether it was a world tour or not. And
world tour, yeah. I was surprised that it was a world tour because it was a major, and I thought that world tours were almost like the level of pro tours. But I don't really know. I don't look into any of the articles. I didn't know that they were letting women in. Everything you just said is news to me.
That's what Smashbox is for, is
Yeah,
to
we-
update our top pros.
That's right.
What about this year on the tour in terms of events? Will you have a focus on tours specifically, or will you just focus on individual events that you just want to make sure you're at?
Well, I signed up for the Pro Tour pass,
Yep.
so I'll be at all those. And the national tours, I'm pretty sure I'll be at all those. Besides Hamburg, is that one?
Not this year, no.
Sweet. What are they?
The Pro Tour events?
No, the world
No,
or the
the
national tour.
Oh gosh.
The national tour includes Gentlemen's Club, Glass Blown Open,
Yep.
Glassbone?
Beaver.
State Fling, Pittsburgh, and,
Pittsburgh. Okay.
and then the Hall of Fame Classic in.
Yes, I will be at all of those.
Okay.
I just left Madison's today. Whoa. Wow, today's been a long day. I woke up drove all day. Yeah, yesterday we were looking at the schedule actually, and for the first time. And the only ones that we're kind of iffy on, not iffy, we're definitely going, is Beaver State, but just trying to figure out plans for it because of Worlds. So I think what we decided is drive my car, up to Beaver State, leave it there at our friend's house, and fly to Worlds and kind of do some East Coast things for a while, and then fly back to Beaver State later, and then drive to Rocky Mountain Women's.
Perfect.
Well, Madison's in Florida, right? So just have her drive to the IDGC, leave her car there.
Well, we were gonna reach out to Mike Downs because he's our fave and he lives in Georgia.
Oh,
I
wow.
haven't told him yet, but
Yeah.
He's your faves in Georgia. I mean, we don't want to offend Marty at all,
Yeah.
right?
Marty's not in Georgia.
No, that's
I
what I'm
know.
saying. That Mike Downs is your favorite in Georgia. No, I mean, I know.
I don't know. I think Marty knows Mike's the fave.
Ouch.
Marty told me Mike was the boss yesterday.
And I apologize to everyone out there. Yes, Masters Cup also national tour along that
Yep.
swing.
Oh,
so,
definitely will be at Taylor.
yeah, for sure at the Masters Cup. So, yeah, and that seems to be the one, and we won't harp on it too much, but that seems to be the one outlying criticism in terms of a tour. And I think we said it last week. You're never going to get a perfect tour, but with Beaver State taking place and then Worlds being on the other side of the country a week or 10 days later or whatever it is, that's probably the number one. That's probably the number one scheduling conflict, I think, is the best way to word that.
I don't see how it could have even gotten finalized, approved like that. I mean, I don't, I'm sure whoever made this schedule, it's harder than I'm assuming, but Worlds is the event to not have jeopardized, and I think that was kind of a little bit silly because when Beaver State ends, mixed doubles is, I think, 7 days.
6 days, yeah, 6 days
yeah.
later.
And
I mean, if whoever's driving, which a lot of the top pros are, it's going to be a 2-3 day drive.
And can we just assume that your mixed doubles partner hasn't changed? Is it still going to be Big Germ?
I actually need to talk to him about this because
Awkward.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because we're going to have Germ on for the after show. So if we need to break something to him, best to come through us.
No,
Yeah, we would love to. We'd love to break
not
the.
at my end. I think he's mad at me though.
Oh.
I whooped his butt at fantasy this year. Winner.
Yes.
You're the
Congrats.
champion? You're the official champion? Nice.
I
Congratulations.
pushed Julie by 40 points this week
Okay.
Well done.
with Blake Bortles as my quarterback, so that was
What,
pretty,
huh? Did
pretty
he-
awesome.
Does he even play anymore?
I know he was very bad, very
Yes.
bad, and that was my point. I said I'm going to beat you with Blake Bortles because they're benching Dak.
Yeah. So now, this is from what I've gathered from some of your Facebook posts. Is this the first year you've done fantasy? You kind of
Yes, it is.
and you're the champion. Just
Yes.
walk,
Easy.
just walk in and all right.
Easy.
Can you?
What's
could you-
next? What's
I was
next?
just gonna say, could you dare go out on top and just be done with it now and move on, or
No.
you have to come back?
You have to
and-
repeat. You're not a champion until you
I think
repeat, right?
because I may or may not have admitted to a couple silly things like drafting players because their name was cool. And
Hey, that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I'm
it
okay
worked
with that.
out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Jay, that's the coolest name ever. And he was so far down on the lineup or on the draft, and
He was so bad the first 5 weeks, and then he busts out a couple 200-yard games, and then he just kind of coasts.
killed it.
He did.
And so to just kind of clarify what to bring this back a second.
Bring it back to disc golf.
No, just to clarify what you're talking about, Paige. I just did it from Estacada, which technically is, I believe, the home of the Beaver State course at Milo McIver, to Augusta, Georgia, is 2,743 miles. We should have done a contest. So it says literally 40 hours cross country driving. Obviously,
so
that's
we usually
nonstop.
do 14 in a day if we have to.
So
that would be,
at most, you're looking at roughly 3 days then.
Yeah.
Of straight drive. So and again, we say it all the time. Every year, there's going to be a conflict or 2 or 10 or
plus you're
whatever.
going to be losing hours.
Yes, you're going to be
Yeah.
technically going.
God,
you-
that was just not a good call.
All right. Well, you're right though. You said it perfectly. It's you may be slightly underplaying just how challenging it is. I have to just do Wisconsin schedule.
The
And,
premier event. You gotta.
well, then some would argue then maybe Beaver State or like you're doing or what some are going to do is I think they'll fly from Beaver State out to Worlds and then find themselves flying back and then adjusting from there. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have all your answers, unfortunately. Not tonight. I don't think. Anyway, let's talk discs. Obviously, I feel like you're not going to have as much challenge as some of the other new players that have switched more recently. You maybe are a little bit more familiar with a few of the discs already.
Huh, weird.
Maybe. But let's talk about the discs and what we're going to see from you and what you're liking and what you're throwing.
Well, my in like the in-depth review is all.
I mean, give us a quick overview.
Okay.
You don't have to break down every one.
And like drivers.
Sure.
Sure. Like
What
what's
do
gonna be your go-to disc and your putter? I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I think my main 2 discs that I'll be throwing on probably at least 15 holes out of 18 holes are going to be the Convict, the Lucid Convict,
Okay.
which will be my signature disc, and it's
Oh.
coming very soon.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
And the Marshall, I prefer it in the hard plastic. What?
I feel like I know. Is there a Marshall that you know? Marshall the disc.
Are you-
Okay, go on. Move on.
Yes. So it is seriously. I was throwing the Judge, and it's a little overstable at the end, which is great, of course. But for me, I struggle with my approach game. I don't know if you know this, but I think that's the area in my game that I could use the most work. And I think the Marshall is taking some of that off of my shoulders by just being so accurate. It just goes dead straight where I want it to go and doesn't really deviate side to side horizontally. So that's huge. And, I throw putters a lot. So that's going to be a huge game changer for me. And then the Convict, I'll be throwing it on 250-foot shots all the way up to like 450. I'm not going to throw it 450 feet all the time, but I think I could if I need to. It goes so far. It's an awesome fairway driver that I think is so versatile, and I have a lot of them, and just like purposely was trying to crank it over too hard because it's not one of their most overstable fairways. They have the Felon, the Criminal,
Yep.
and a lot of people like the Triple X and the Culverin, which I think the Culverin is the most similar to the Convict. So I would say if you guys love the Culverin, try out the Convict for sure. In the Lucid plastic, it's the best, in my opinion. Like I was saying, I can just rip on it and turn it over, and it still comes out at the end, which is awesome, and just glides forever. But what I'm going to be using it for the most is high power, lower shots that I want a little bit of turn on and come back. It like the Marshall, it doesn't deviate much from where you release it, so it's going to allow me to hit more early gaps and yeah, hopefully get some birdies.
Now, I would say the disc I've seen you throw more than any other disc in the last 2, 3, 4 years has in fact been the putter. You just said you throw putters a ton, but it's been like a 150-gram putter.
Yeah, that green PA1.
Yeah, that you you throw in so many situations, and you've talked about its stability. You've told me about it and all the different places and the times that you throw it. What's going to be replacing that?
That's
there's
the Marshall.
okay.
Yeah.
There's
so that the green, yeah, it was a 151, and I had a 155 as well, gram, PA1.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a blend of some sort, not entirely sure, but I would say 300 series for the most part. It was very glidey and just pretty straight. Since it was lightweight, it kind of wasn't as overstable as maybe the other PA1s were. But I just had a handful of them that I found randomly in the factory. Luckily now with the Marshall, they're all flying. I didn't have to find like a little stack of, in the back of the factory. I just picked up a handful of them, and they were just so accurate, and they had the glide that the PA1 had, but without having to go down in the weight, so the wind doesn't affect it as much. And like I said, it's just been a perfect replacement.
Okay, and I was going to say, if there's one place that I knew would be very challenging, would be that one disc, because I've seen you rely on it so extensively through all of these years.
That was the last disc out of my bag, actually, and I gave it away. Actually, you were there. I don't know if you saw it or not, but at
Nantucket, maybe?
Nope, Leadstone.
Oh,
you did, and I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't get in there and get any dibs on that. I would have loved that
No,
disc.
I gave it to that little girl that picked me for the. You remember when we did the women's skins?
Oh, and, yes. Okay, yep.
You got that little girl to pick the winner
yes,
or whatever.
Okay, I do.
So you're trying to take discs out of little girls' hands now?
No,
Is that
no.
what
I just feel like, again, just knowing that any one disc was so critical to you, regardless of any kind of name or style or design, I just knew what that disc meant to you because I've seen you throw it in so many different situations.
Yeah, I actually went to grab it the next day. and I was like, oh my gosh, where did I lose that? I forgot all about it. But yeah, it was, I think that's a lot of what helped me out this season. I definitely would admit that I struggled in the beginning. Everybody does.
Yep.
But I think a lot of people do that off the course, in the field. And I chose to incorporate it into my tournament play. I'm only 25 years old, so looking back, this 1 year is not gonna be of a whole lot of importance. So I didn't mind sacrificing a few tournaments for the long run. I think me having to execute in a tournament setting in competition definitely made me trust my disc more, and I definitely have full trust in my whole lineup, and I'm ready.
Well, and one of the many heated debates or conversations that took place throughout the year was when I had the honor or good luck of capturing your ace at the doubles at Jones Park this year.
That was a lucid convict.
Exactly, and that was then one of the follow-up questions. Everybody wanted to know as soon as it was thrown, and you were featured on SportsCenter. Everybody said, "Well, what disc is that?" And then usually the bickering or arguing or the ruckus ensued from there. But there again, that was a place where you trust that particular disc, and obviously it was executed perfectly there. One of the things that we've seen is a mixture of very heavy to very light in terms of your social media presence. But I believe you're going to have a little bit more of a stronger role and things taking place on the DD side. What are you going to be working with there?
I mean, nothing's set in stone.
Okay.
for sure. But it's a lot easier to be involved in and active in social media when you're fully yeah, yeah, I don't know.
All right, so you'll be
In love
doing
with the product and your situation. I think it's nothing's forced. It's strictly excitement, and I'm excited to promote something that I fully believe in and I'm very happy about. And yeah, I think you could expect to see a lot more. For
yeah.
sure.
So on the DD side of things, possibly integration with like DD's Snapchat or
Yeah,
some
I got on there
videos
last night, actually.
and touring and that kind of stuff. Is that what we're gonna? Is that what we're gonna see?
Yes, I messaged Bobby last night and said, "Hey, I'm at a putting league. What's the DD's Snapchat login?" And he responded in like 30 seconds. He's like, "Yes, I love this. I love this." And afterwards, he sent me a bunch of messages saying, "I love this. This is the stuff I love."
All right, Bobby, simmer down.
I know I'm gonna have to get DD on my Snapchat now.
Yes.
I didn't see him.
There wasn't, I rewatched it afterwards. There wasn't enough disc golf. I do apologize for that. It was really fun. I felt like a kid. It was it's at a indoor skate park.
Okay.
And they incorporate the half pipes and the bowls. And so I was literally, I was with Madison and the 3 Castellina boys.
Mm-hmm.
So just being a kid sliding down the half pipes, on my butt or on my feet, sliding with my Toms on. And
well, I think that's
awesome.
what
It reminded me of Am World.
I think that's what Snapchat is for, though. I mean,
it was a professional thing. I was on my first Snapchat as a DD.
I know people want to see a lot of golf, but you know what? People want to find out what the DD team is like off the course. They want to see what do you guys do to have fun, and
Yeah,
I think you didn't disappoint anybody, is my guess.
Yeah, it's and a lot of people clamor for it out on the board and in general, and I've heard it as a video guy throughout the years. People want to know more of the behind the scenes things that are going on, and anytime that our pros are doing that and usually having a good time with it. I think you've been known for that. You and Madison seem to have a good time. People love seeing that, and I think it gives everyone that sense of who you are off the course, and you're not just a robot throwing discs, and there's so much more to it. So do you have the most fun on tour? And if not, who has more fun than you?
If not, I would say Zoe, but
Okay.
strictly just because she is the happiest person I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, we spoke with her earlier today about some podcast stuff, and you're right. I think she's the happiest person I know.
She's awesome. But we traveled with her for about a month last year, and I think we're going to do the same this year for, some, on and off for a few weeks. So, yeah, I think we definitely have a lot of fun. I'm excited to have no stress and no problems.
So are there going to be any other roles? Someone had asked about like Disc Golf Answer Man. Are there going to be any other, truly defined or set roles that you feel like you're going to be moving into, whether it's like a regular spot on their show or anything like that? Is there going to be anything else specific, or it'll probably be, or will it be relatively loose?
Like I said, there's nothing set. Well, there are a couple things set in stone. But I'm going there probably around the 9th or 10th. My best friend's birthday is on the 15th. So gonna go visit her and probably do a couple things while she's at school during the daytime, like with Resco and Bobby. And I'm sure I'll do another Answer Man and whatever. Bobby, I have bosses that call the shots. So whatever they want me to do, I'm more than enthused to do it. And so far set in stone, Zach Melton and I, which I know he hinted at with me nudging, but he got the dates wrong.
Okay.
And didn't give the courses. So I don't want to mess up now that I just put that on myself. So I'm going to read it. But we are going to be Saturday, January 14th. We'll be at Bud Hill It's amateur only singles, non-PDGA sanctioned. It's $35. One shotgun start at 10 a.m. You play 18 holes, and then it comes with a clinic afterwards for Zach. Zach and I are going to be running a clinic. There's not going to be a finish time, just basically till it gets dark. Clinic starts at 2 p.m. If you don't want to do the one round, it's only $15 for the clinic. And then the next day, we're doing the exact same thing, but in Nashville at Seven Oaks.
Okay.
So, and now Zach's texting me.
Wait a minute. He knows how to text? Somebody was saying
he does, but he spelled 2 words wrong in the last 5 messages. So.
Out of 5, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fair to say you may be stepping into a little bit more social media stuff, but are you going to be like Zach's official IT person?
No.
You're going to be doing all of his stuff as well for the
I just
team?
like to give him a hard time.
Now, have you put a password on your phone, or do you just purposefully now don't put one just to see what he puts?
Password. I have a password. Madison has the password.
Oh, then it's not really a password.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a password. It's her fingerprint.
Oh,
So
okay.
he held her down and put her finger on the phone.
Just like Jason Bourne or Tom Cruise would have done it.
That's
Yep.
right.
Yep.
I was so mad.
Now,
I was like,
if he's
I
listening,
literally
if
took
he's
away the
listening,
numbers.
if he's listening, if Zach is listening, what he
He
needs,
is listening.
what he needs to do maybe is do that again, and then when he takes the phone, go into settings
And
and
make
set
his
up his
own.
own thumbprint
Yes.
and not tell
He
you.
doesn't know how to do that.
Oh,
I
well,
mean, it would be really tough to go into settings and then and then look
Plus,
for
it doesn't
Touch
register
ID.
left thumbs.
Touch ID.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask Zach, is if DD had some really good lefty discs.
Yeah.
So
now, Zach said that there was some bribing that took place to get Zach on the team. That sounds like an awfully nice move on your part to drag him along.
It's good. I told Bresco if he wanted to stay alive, he had to bring Zach.
All right, but along those lines, you being on tour, and you just talked about, Cam Todd, and we know Cam and Leslie are a delight on the tour. And then I think of your best friend, or wifey as you call her, in Madison, and then Zach and Emac, and I just think about all these different people who even now, there's a lot of different brand diversity. A lot of your closest friends have represented and will continue to represent different brands. That doesn't seem to be any kind of issue for you. Is it for some more than others?
I think yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's the thing too. It's mind-boggling to me that players, fans, whoever it may be. I think it's just something that's just unnecessary, really. I mean, like you said, my best friends are, very diversified. Like Germ's on Innova now. I honestly don't care at all. Even in the slightest. I just think that that's something so trivial that to define a person by what disc they're throwing. I mean, of course I love that I'm throwing DD. He loves that he's throwing Innova, but it's not something that's going to interfere at all. And for anybody that takes that into account before, befriending someone, I mean, just, live life. Just who cares what disc is in your hand? It's just crazy to see these comments of, everybody wants to know why, and, thinking,
people
very
always
negative.
Yeah, people always want the juicy negative gossip. You can't just say, hey, I got a bunch of friends and they treat me like family over here.
Right.
They want to know what went wrong, so to speak, even if there was nothing that went wrong.
Yeah,
Time for that.
Yeah, and we're seeing, like I said, there's so many different people throwing so many different products. I'm honestly as well. I'd like to say I'm surprised and shocked, but I'm not. People have gotten so nasty, and that could be said of any one of our top players, but they just get so trivial and nasty over who's throwing what and why they suspect that. And it's amazing that people get so wrapped up in it. And it's too bad because we have a very small community. There's only literally a few hundred disc golfers in the world that are sponsored by major manufacturers, but yet there's just so much investment in that and people getting so worked up over it. It's just all too bad. It's sad to see, but. And, we've said it before. I saw Will make a post about it. Big Germ, others, a lot of people talk about it. Prodigy coming into the game a few years ago, specifically, I think really helped change the dynamic, but change the culture, change the landscape of the disc golf community in general. I think all of our best players, yourself included, and Paul over at Innova, and every one of our players kind of got a little nudge and bump in the right direction because Prodigy also helped make everyone realize how valuable all of these golfers really were, and I think that that rippled throughout the entire community.
Oh,
so
for sure.
When anyone gets worked up about any one manufacturer, I think they need to just kind of slow their roll a little bit. And you can have your favorites, but for goodness sakes, let's not get out our knives and guns here and start getting nasty over it.
If they're actually your favorite, then you'll support them no matter what.
Exactly. Everybody's got their own prerogative. So, looking forward to a crazy year in 2017 with all of this touring and all these different venues and places to go play. But what's on your non-touring list? National monuments, landmarks,
waterfalls.
Waterfalls. What's on your non-playing list?
I think that's something that we slightly strayed away from last year. Not really. I mean, we definitely hit a lot, but Madison in particular had a huge goal to, play above what she did the previous year. Tournament. The number of tournaments, her placing at tournaments, rating, and I was kind of taking a step back, kind of mentally and physically too. I didn't play a few tournaments and just caddied for, and so I think we kind of focused a little bit more on disc golf, and too maybe that was a little bit of stressor. And anyway,
and that's really funny coming from you because before you toured with Madison, you had said that when you were touring, you were really focused on disc golf, that you didn't do a lot of the extra stuff. And then when you hooked up with Madison to tour, you kind of started exploring a lot of those other things.
Yeah, definitely. And so this year we're going to hit a bunch that we haven't gone. Last year we didn't, well, we did, but for overall, we didn't hit a lot of new places. We just kind of went, because the tour was pretty similar for the most part. So we just went back to places we went last year, and this year we definitely have quite a few new ones. We're going to the Great Barrier Reef, which is huge. Yeah, Madison,
phenomenal.
I literally watched her cry about it.
Well, yeah, because I'm sure she's seen all the articles
5
about
10 times,
about how it's going away and this and that.
Yeah.
And she needs to see it now, and it makes sense.
And especially with her degree being in that, and just being a water lover, and we're gonna be at the Great Barrier Reef, and I think that's a huge part of the reason that I got the one ways multi-city. For her birthday, we're going to Zion National Park, which is huge. Been wanting to go there for a while, and there's an off week in there too, so that's awesome. We don't have to rush around. And got some plans in Big Sur. We've kind of dabbled in it, but haven't had too much time because of all the Santa Cruz, St. Jude, Daisy Chains. There's all those tournaments back to back to back, and we always just kind of rush there so we can see all the courses and hang out with our friends. We have a awesome group of friends there in Santa Cruz. So anyway, we're just going to spend some more time kind of traveling and seeing this country.
Cool.
All right. Well, I'm going to say I think it's great that Bobby and all those guys kill it over there, but I hope you remain true to your real roots, your social media and video roots, Smashbox, Disc Golf Guy stuff.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you were our favorite way before them. Or something. I don't know, something like that.
No, I don't know.
I know, she's known EMAC for a while.
I've been to Bobby's old house, and that was probably, I don't know, 10 years ago, 7, 8 years ago. Picked
Yeah,
up a copper from his house. That was a long
2000,
time ago.
2007 Am Worlds, Milwaukee. I may have TD'd it. You may have played it.
Right.
Just
Oh,
saying.
anyway. Doesn't have to
Anyway.
be a competition.
No,
Harry.
and what I
Stop
really
making
was,
it a competition,
what I
Terry.
do really want to say though is we've always appreciated all of the time you've worked with us. You've been on our show a ton of times, but just your willingness. We don't have that relationship with everybody, but we really appreciate it when we do with anyone. And you and Madison, who are gracious to give us your time, or to wait a little extra time, or meet us at a certain time, whether it's a podcast or an interview or all of those things, we genuinely appreciate it. I always appreciate it because I know you have lots of things to do. So we've always appreciated that.
So
and
busy.
we
So
hope
busy.
we hope that obviously will always continue. You've been so gracious with everything. It sounds like you're going to be in a much better place, just emotionally, as you move into 2017, and that's got to be exciting.
Yes, very exciting.
Is there anything that you'd like to share with us before we cut you loose, before we go over to that big Germ fella and have a conversation with him in the after show? Is there anything else you need to share with us here?
I mean, first of all, for you guys, please tell him I would love to be his doubles partner.
Wow.
Well,
So this is seriously a debate?
No. This is shut
No.
up. We can maybe take a cut of this. If we could, we're like sports managers now. If we can get Germ to sign on,
It's not all about money. World doubles, you literally win like $50.
well, that's like $5 if we get 10%. That's more
true.
than we got before.
That's true. That's true. Speaking of which, I'll put it out here publicly. I think I owe you at least a dinner. I've always said if you get an ace in front of me and I record it, so I think I still owe you a dinner. That's a standing offer. And
I mean, I think you owe me a lot more because I am on your Patreon account.
that's true.
I've been donating since like
Yeah.
You're one of the originals.
Terry-
Texas.
Terry really likes Outback, so make him take you to Outback or something.
Then we both win.
Outback.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to Australia,
Oh.
so I don't think that's going to suffice after I eat that. kind of
No,
food.
probably not. That's probably going to look awfully silly.
Whatever.
That bread's good, though.
Yeah,
That
oh my
Kaiser
gosh.
bread,
Yes,
It
it
is,
is.
yes.
It's very good.
It's the butter that's really that's what does it.
whatever it is.
Oh, it's all good. All right, Paige. Thank you for joining us, as always. Again, having you on anything that we're doing always turns out to be a really good time, so we appreciate that. We look forward to seeing you more in 2017. Probably going to be playing a few more events than we saw last year, and anytime you have something you want to share or let us know about, we'll be more than glad to have you join us.
Sweet. Sounds good.
All
Thank
right.
you guys for having me.
You're very welcome.
Thanks a
Thank
lot,
you. Have a good
Paige.
night, and
All right,
we'll
bye-bye.
catch you later. See you,
Put some
Paige.
cheese on it.
She said put some cheese on it?
I think so.
That's a weird new slogan.
Well, we were just talking about going out to eat, so maybe grilled cheese sandwiches are
All right. This might be a favorite of hers. I think that's what she was saying.
grilled cheese sandwiches.
No, I don't.
I don't know what some of the things you know about these pros surprises me sometimes. It would, if you told me like, well, actually, Paige's favorite food
She's more of
is
a
grilled
feta cheese kind of gal.
Yeah, I
no.
mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
All right. So thank you, of course, to Paige Pierce for her insights. Everything that we're going to see from her, there's, I'm sure, going to be plenty of in the bags. I know some of you guys were really excited to know, what weight, what she's throwing, this and that. I think there's going to be plenty of in the bags. You'll be able to check out dynamicdisc.com. You can check out the team page. Both her and Zach Melton have been updated and put on the website, so I know that you can find the information there. And if she does take over control of any kind of social media or any of those things, I think you might be in for a little bit of a wild ride on, as she's quite the Snapchatter. She's a big fan of, and she does very good work over there.
We're going to get Germ on here pretty quick. But before,
Yes, we are.
But before we do, let's talk real quickly about just the main news that's going on in disc golf this week is really just the player changes. And Alta World actually has a really nice site that kind of goes through all of them. I think they missed one or two, but from what...
And I was just going to say, some of these were
some of these have been announced for a while.
Yeah, some of these have been a little bit longer, and it's what was great when I saw that at the last second. I was like, well, that's great. They're all in one spot. It doesn't seem like there's as many before we get to them. I feel like in the last few years, and now we've obviously had some big names, Big Germ, and Zach Melton and Paige Pierce being three of the biggest names. But it doesn't seem like overall there's quite as many switches this year from team to team. But you want to read through them real quickly?
I'll go through the most recent ones, some of that we haven't talked about since last week or 2 weeks ago. Kobe Geis announced actually today, I believe, that he is also going to be on Dynamic Discs. Evelina Salonen, she moved from Prodigy over to Innova. It appears here. She's one of the few pros, it says here, that actually beat Kat in 2016.
Yes, which is a very, very short list.
Yes.
And I believe she's only 15 or 16 years old. It says 17 right on there.
17
but at the time,
finish.
she might have been only like 16. So
one of our favorite Smashies that we hinted about 2 weeks ago. Not a real surprise, kind of a surprise. Jordan Castro moved from Latitude 64 over to Innova. I think Innova kind of jumped the gun a couple weeks ago when they put up a non-picture of him, just kind of a shadow picture, a generic one, and had his name under it. But he is officially over at Innova. So congratulations to Jordan moving from Lat 64 over to Innova. Whatever gets him to keep shooting as well as he's doing. Obviously, Paige Pierce. We're going to talk to Jeremy Coing about moving over to Innova. We just talked with Zach, and Silver Lot moved from Prodigy Disc Europe over to Latitude 64. I think most of the other ones we've kind of discussed. I did have another note here that it looked like from some of the other things that I heard. I heard Brady Hanna, who moved actually over to Discraft. So owner, I believe, of Deuce Squad, one of
the co-owners, founders. Yep.
Yeah, so he's sponsored by Discraft. So a lot of people you see out on the board a lot. How come Discraft doesn't have all these players, whatever? And we always say, well, they're focusing on youth and this and like that. So we have Brady Hanna moving over to Discraft. So that's a really nice, that's a pretty good pickup for them. What else? That's kind of really the main, the main news this week as far as
it was. There wasn't a heck of a lot going on. Real quickly, I'll just run down. It was since I did host an event. I wanted to real quickly run down some of the details as I run. It was
chaining in the new year.
Chaining in the new year, and obviously the last event of the year held on December 31st. Relatively short and easy course that didn't play so short and easy. There was some pretty significant wind, which I guess is normal out there, and there was some significant wind out on the course, which made it not quite the pitch and putt that I was kind of expecting it to be. Robert Martin showed up last and late, and there was a debate about him getting into the event. He ended up winning with like an 80-foot jumper in a playoff to win it. So Robert Martin takes down Open. Donnie Disc Golf Ferguson takes down Advanced, shooting a better score than all of the Open players. No surprise on that course. Tom McManus, PDGA 1276, and also helper of the event. Tom took down Advanced Masters. Kevin Connell took down Intermediate with Jesse Dixon in second. Carrie Dubner was our one woman. She won, obviously. And Jeff Roth took down first place. So shout out to my locals. Thanks for coming. It was great to play at that course. It was a lot of fun. I managed to cash and shot, but yet shot very poorly. And just goes to show, when you only play 10, 12, 15 rounds in a year, your game doesn't go well. And it didn't go well that day. So, but it was a lot of fun. So thank you to all you guys. And then a few people I'd like to recognize. Jim Stack of Motor City Chain Gang, Zach Cooley, Dan Faust of Miles for Medics, Jeremiah Harris of Team Lumberjack, Innova, Andy Donovan of Toppers, and Tom McManus and City of Kenosha Parks, along with Lincoln Park Disc Golfers. So there's
Fantastic.
my spiel for all those people. Thank you guys. Thank you for a good event. Look forward to doing more with them down there next year.
I know I really am disappointed. I was not feeling well that morning, which is why I did not show up. I was
I didn't expect you to, because you're a big baby.
I am a big baby, but it wasn't even the weather. Like I'm like, whatever, weather. I don't need to deal with that. But no, I feel disappointed because It was a shorter course. I really wanted to come and play. You and I talked about it. I was going to actually play advanced, but So
Donnie Ferguson would have pwned you.
He would have,
as the kids say.
Oh yeah.
Do they
Hands
still say
down.
pwning?
I haven't heard it.
Somebody chime in. Let me know
I
if they
haven't
still say
heard
pwned.
it recently. I'm assuming a guy who probably plays disc golf quite a bit can beat the guy who hasn't touched a disc since September. I'm guessing.
I don't know. He was good. All right, so I think we're going to wrap things up as usual. As for any newcomers, what we do is we're going to stand down for just 30-ish seconds, if even. We stand down. We're going to move into an after show where we're going to get Big Germ on the line. Typically, we don't have such a star-studded after show co-host, but tonight we're gonna talk to him about some of his changes on the course.
It depends who you ask. If you ask Zach Melton, might be a different kind of change.
A few of his changes, so we'll be able to talk to him and go from there. And a little bit looser, more interaction from the board, and we're looking forward to it. So for our first official podcast here in 2017, thank you guys for joining us. Thank you to Zach Melton. Great to have him on the show. Of course, thank you to Paige Pierce. And we wish them and their new adventures and their new sponsorships nothing but the best, along with any other team member that's switched teams and looking into a transition in 2017. So for Johnny V and myself, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, again, that's podcast 125. Stick around for the after show, starting up in just a few moments with Big Germ. We'll see you then when you step inside the Smash Box. What? Welcome back, everyone.
We're back.
Podcast number 125's after show. And tonight we are going to have a very special co-host. Our second highest rated co-host, maybe? Yeah, at least co-host.
Yeah.
In Big
Yeah.
Germ, Jeremy Coing. We're going to have him. We'll have to ask him about, I know the Tuesday night Charlotte, it's a big night for the putting league. And we'll have to make sure we get a scoop of what happened at the putting league. And then maybe more importantly, we'll talk about some of the changes and transitions for him in his professional career moving into the 2017 season. We're going to get Big Germ, Jeremy Coing, on the line here in just a few minutes.
Yep, we're just waiting for Jeremy to send us his video. So he clicks the little video button. We'll get his video because we have his audio right now.
Oh, wow.
Hey, there I am.
Kablam!
Kind of, sort of.
Whoa.
All right, Big Germ, Jeremy Coing. How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Looks like some special ops taking place here.
I know. I feel like I'm it's all green. Like I put on some sort of night vision goggles and I'm sneaking in.
Look, you guys are killing me. I'm gonna.
No,
go
it's
ahead
fine.
and-
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh man, no.
He's so sensitive.
Yeah.
He's so sensitive.
He is. He's
Oh,
know.
come on. You guys are the sensitive ones.
All
better?
right. Yes. You look great, Big Germ.
Oh, welcome to the after show, Big Germ. Welcome to the time in the show when we let a little bit loose, when we have some
Wait, isn't that the normal show?
no, we're extremely serious.
Nobody's ever accused us of being too professional.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
So, Big Germ, I know you just came from putting league. We got to start there. That's got to be the news of the night, maybe.
Absolutely.
What happened? Actually, set it up for everyone. Those aren't familiar with the putting league. Set it up for everyone.
Okay, well, yeah, I was gonna. Okay, so Charlotte Putting League is a awesome putting league. I think it's the biggest putting league in terms of attendance in the world. We have a really great structure. We have a really good partnership with a local brewery, Sugar Creek Brewery, and they have a huge warehouse in the back that they use just kind of for storage, but it's more storage than they need. So we have a really big open room. We have tons of baskets back there. We have a bunch of disc catchers. I mean, we can facilitate easily 100 people playing. And on average, we're getting between 60 and 80 people every Tuesday night out there. And what it basically is, the competition is you get randomly partnered with another player. There's 2 baskets that are 30 feet apart, and you and your opponent go back and forth, and you putt 2 putts apiece, and 1 putt made is 1 point, 2 putts is worth 3 points, and it's a game to 11, win by 2. So pretty simple. And then you get 6 rounds a night, and then at the end there's a playoff, and the winning team will get like a growler from the brewery and some cash, and then there's an ace run throw off that we set up every night. It's just a lot of fun. There's 4 square going on to this, off to the side. There's ping pong. A bunch of us are doing hacky sack. They got an air hockey table. I mean, it's just fun. You go in there, have a couple drinks, and just hang out, and it's a great social thing to look forward to every week.
How did you fare tonight?
Well, for the first time in like 5 weeks, I lost a game in the round robin matches. I've been putting really well lately out there. So me and my partner, we went 4-2 tonight, and we didn't make it into the playoffs, but got my cash back and made $1. So
wow,
Nice.
that's what
profitable evening.
Yeah,
And
hashtag disc golf rich, bro.
Disc golf rich.
That's what we call that.
And what
Yeah.
piece of plastic did you do that with?
Or
I
pieces.
did that. I can actually show. I have them with me right here. I've
Oh.
got some Pro P2s that I got from Henry Childress. He looked in the back. I asked him if he had any white putters because I kind of like white or cream colored putters. And I had a couple red ones, and they were flying just fine, but I wanted some white ones, and he found 10 of them, so I've got my supply for a little while.
Good.
Now,
Yep.
I've seen the league. It's a lot of fun. It's everything you talked about and then some. Will you use those putters only for league? Because there's an opportunity for them to get a little bit more beat up than normal in that setting. Is that the only place you'll use them?
No, I use my putters that I use. I mean, I've been using I use the PA ones that were in my bag at every putting league. I don't mind getting them a little bit. There's some brick walls out there, but if you make putts, you're not going to scrape up your putters.
Oh, okay,
So,
fair enough.
Extra challenge to yourself to not hit the walls. But if you do get a little scuff on it, you can just wipe it down on the carpet and buff it up a little bit and take those scratches out.
All right. Well, so you just mentioned your putters, and it's no longer a big secret here. But share with the world your most recent news that we saw released in the last couple days.
Well, I've decided to join Team Innova, and yeah, that's the big news. I mean,
That's it.
It's not that exciting or anything. No, it's.
I'm not that excited, but some other people are.
There's a lot of people who weren't excited because they knew. When I made my decision, I talked to a few people. By a few people, I mean I talked to a lot of people. I was really excited about it. It was, when the revelation kind of came to me that this was really fun. This is what I need to do. This is what I want to do. This is what I've wanted to do for a while. It was really obvious. It wasn't easy at first, because there's obviously, I had a lot invested with Prodigy, and Prodigy had a lot invested with me, and I certainly felt like I owed them a lot. They did a huge service to me, giving me a marketability and a fan base that I didn't have at that time back in 2012, early 2013. And I've grown my game and in my life. I've grown a lot with Prodigy. So there was certainly a sense of family and connection with them. And it wasn't just like, oh, obviously I'm going to Innova now. But once I decided that was the future move, there's been nothing but excitement. I've been very, very pumped up to join the family, and I've felt nothing but love from them, and I've just received an overwhelming amount of support from fans, and it's just blown me away, really. So it's a really, really, really awesome thing that's happening right now, and like I said, I'm overwhelmed almost.
No, we just spoke with Paige, who is her, of course, along with Zach Melton, have also switched sponsorships. What was the process for you? Some people are wondering, how long have you been putting with it, or how does one transition, especially when I know you have a contract and an obligation that you want to make sure you fulfilled in terms of playing with the contracted plastic all the way through the end of the year. So how did that transition kind of come about for you?
Well, I decided right around mid-October, with contracts coming to an end pretty soon after, we really needed to know by the beginning of November, because Prodigy has, they have a clause where you have to give them 60 days heads up. And
Okay.
so, I needed to really consider this, my future, right around that time. And obviously there's a lot going on for me in October with the USDGC and all that, that came with it. So, there was a lot going on. And, but at that time, I made my decision, right around the time when Nate Sexton and I had a doubles tournament together. And, I got to stay with him and his wife, Bree, and just got to talk to Nate a lot about his connection with Innova, his relationship with the company. And, Nate's one of my very best friends in the sport and just in life in general. And he's such a great guy. And he had some really great words. And, I talked to Jonathan Poole a lot, and obviously, I live with Henry Childress, so I get to talk to him all the time about it. But, honestly, getting the feedback from one of the upper players meant a lot to me. And it spoke tons about Innova's commitment to their players and how they've improved over the years in their team relations. And so right around that time, once I came back from the tournament and I told Henry the news, he couldn't believe it. And it was really exciting. And he came back the next day with a box of discs. And at that time I started playing with him, practicing and going out to the field and whatnot. But I had a couple more tournaments left, and obviously I had to fulfill my contract. And when I talked to Prodigy, I made it perfectly clear I wasn't going to, I still had a remaining allotment. I wasn't going to grab my allotment. I had like 80 discs left, and I was like, I'm not trying to take that from you guys. I'm not trying to profit from this. I just want, no burned bridges, nothing but love and respect for your company. And just this is what makes sense for me. So I spent a lot of time with that, with Innova, and spent all my practice rounds playing with those discs. But I had a couple more events to finish the year off. And so with about a week before the last of 2 events, I put the Innova discs back in the trunk and started working on my bag again, so that way I wouldn't be a complete idiot getting out to those courses. And fortunately, I won both of those events pretty convincingly too. So it was a really good send off for me, and it was actually almost a little bit emotional, stepping up to holes at the end of my last round and realizing like this is the last time I'm going to throw this disc, and like this one means a lot to me, or I don't know, it's kind of dumb, but there was certainly, it wasn't, I was thinking about it. It meant a lot to me.
Well, and something that means a lot, and the terminology or the phrasing we heard through and through from Paige was this sense of family, this sense of togetherness and team. And she said she feels that most with where she's at now. That to her was so critical and so important to her internal happiness. And I think, she even exuded it the entire time she was on the show tonight. You use the exact same F word, so to speak. You use family. And
Yeah.
You being from that area, those relationships, was this dare I say, a foregone conclusion that you thought maybe it would just happen someday, or did you never think this would happen? Or
No.
I mean, you were with Discraft and you were with Prodigy all in, earlier parts of your career, but yeah, Innova's right in your backyard.
Yeah, it's funny. I for whatever reason, I never thought about playing for Innova while I was with Discraft or Prodigy. For whatever reason, it just never really crossed my mind that it would be something that I wanted to do, even though Innova's East Coast headquarters is 30 minutes from my house. And I speak with Innova employees on a regular basis, and I go down to the factory just to hang out on a somewhat regular basis. And like, I don't really have a good explanation other than, I guess my original thoughts about their team relations were that, back when I first got sponsored by Discraft back in 2008, the conception at that time was that, the perception at that time was that that they weren't that great with their team relations. And, Michael Johansson, who's also from Charlotte and is, a player I obviously looked up to growing up and still look up to. He's a tremendous player and a tremendous professional. And, he left Innova because he didn't feel like he was being treated that well. And so that influenced my decision, and I just, for whatever reason, let that never change in my mind that they would do a good job with their team. And honestly, a big thing happened in 2013 when Prodigy came along, because they shook up the whole disc golf world and they made other sponsors step up their game. And Innova realized, yeah, we're behind the game a little bit. Like, we need to restructure some things and look at some things and figure out, like, why are people leaving? Why aren't people excited to play for us right now? I'm sure a lot of people have always been excited to play for them, and it was a big honor. But they still needed to step up their game, I feel like. And I think that they self-admittedly realized that at a certain point. And since then, they've made incredible changes. And, it seems like they are offering almost too much support at this time, which is just, obviously a great thing.
Yeah, Paul was just complaining the other day.
Yeah.
Macbeth was just like, God, I'm sick of this Innova.
Sick of all the support I get.
I know. And that's kind of that's what Nate was telling me. He was like, honestly, they can't, they're throwing too much at me. Like, it's overwhelming. And it's, that's a great problem to have.
Nate said, I wish they'd take some of my support and give it to Big Germ.
Yes. He is a good friend.
Yep.
He is a great friend, and I expect him to, actually. It's actually next year. It's going to be the Nate Sexton and Big Germ Firebird. So we're splitting the name. on
That's
this.
cute. Well, I have to quickly appease the board because this
That's
is
true.
This is the after show.
The sexy Germ Firebird. So
No, this may go the next step further because I'll appease the board a little bit, and everybody loves to bag on or troll or hate on the groove. Any chance there's going to be a Big Germ, like sexy groove? Maybe that could be the way to go. A lot of people, fair or not, a lot of people immediately when they want to rip on a disc, everybody almost goes to the groove.
Yep.
I mean, maybe even people
it's their basic. The groove is the Nickelback of discs.
Okay.
Just,
Now, so then everybody on the board says, well, if Big Germ were to make that his signature disc, that they would actually they would then get into it. So,
hey, you know what?
It's out there.
Feedback, and make sure Innova knows that no matter what disc my name goes on, it'll sell. Because then maybe we can get a couple signature discs. That'd be great.
Yeah, not that you're asking for much. So,
you know what? I'll take my signature, my Tour Series disc, and then I'll also take a signature groove. If they want to do that, fine.
Throw your name on the dart too. Why not?
I think that's Nate.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. So a Blizzard groove specifically. How about that? Anyway, okay. Enough groove talk. That's enough. That's as much as far as I want to go on the groove talk. We had to appease the.
Shake your head over there.
Oh, yeah. Now I totally lost what I was going to say after that. So your team. We'll go there. Star team. Is that what the rumors have, or maybe they don't? Maybe I'm breaking this news now. But Star Team is where we're going to see you place this year.
I think that it's. I know that my page is up on Innova on the team page. I think that they've made it clear, but yeah, I'm on Team Star.
Team Star, and what does that mean? What does that mean for you? And then even put yourself with the other Star team members.
Yeah. Well. Clearly, it means a lot. I mean, we're talking about the top team and the biggest brand in the game. So I mean, it's the smallest team. It's the most exclusive team that there is. So it's a very huge honor. It's about as big of an honor as you can get in terms of sponsorship. And they cover a bit of the international travel. There's a clothing allotment. Entry fees paid, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of great things that come with it, but it's honestly just the Tour Series disc is a huge thing for me, and there's no ceiling to what that could potentially mean for me financially. That in itself is that could have been the main reason, although there's so many more reasons that are more important to me than that. Disc golf is a business, and it is important to treat it as such for me, to continue doing what I love to do. But, the Tour Series is really big for me, and it will allow me to stay out on the road. And my goal for 2017 is to really commit myself back to the tour. I was in a relationship with someone who I cared very much about for 3 years, and a lot of my touring was going out and coming back. And we've been split up for a little while now, and it just kind of made me realize like how much touring means to me and being out on the road. And now that there's not the obligation of coming home, after going out to California and then flying back to North Carolina, like it'll allow me to stay out there and continue developing momentum throughout the season. And it took me a while to develop that momentum, and as the season came to an end, I was like, man, I'm starting to feel it. But I was like, oh, wow, there's like 2 events left. And it was just like, man, it's too little too late. So hopefully, with all the big changes happening next year, I can keep that momentum going through the whole season. But, you mentioned the other players on the team,
I was just going to read them off real quickly. Other players we see on the star team for Innova include our new world record holder for distance on the women's side in Jennifer Allen, Philo Brathwaite, Steve Brinster, Val Jenkins, yourself, Hannah Leatherman, as I screw it up every time I say her name, Nate Sexton, Des Redding, and then that Macbeth character. So,
of incredible players that have an incredible set of fans and huge outreach to the community. And just hearing that name, it's just pretty crazy to be associated with all those people, because they are the movers and shakers of the sport. And it's just cool to be a part of something that's so special.
All right. Well, give us a quick rundown, and people can find this on the website just like they could with Paige and with Melton. But give us a quick rundown of what we're going to see you as some of your go-to discs in this upcoming year.
You're trying to get a pre-in-the-bag video.
No, we're not, because somebody's actually posted and said
we exactly what you're trying to do, Terry.
People are like, oh, we need it in the bag. There's going to be one. We're not trying to do that. We're just trying to get a quick rundown.
No, all the information
highlight a few.
Highlight every disc and its weight and show it to us.
No, don't, for the love of God.
I'll just go ahead and say this right now to everyone that's been asking me for an in the bag. I've never been asked for an in the bag more than I have right now. It is crazy how much people want to see this, and I promise you, I will deliver. But I'm actually waiting on something really, really exciting to me. To bring that, and so I'll go over the discs that are in my bag, but I'll do a proper big Germ style, probably 30-minute long in the bag. Like
he's waiting on just the right drawstring bag that he gets from somewhere to use.
Yep.
But that's coming out pretty soon. So I'm waiting for my signature bag to come in from my upcoming bag sponsor, and there'll be more information on that. But I am almost equally excited about my bag as I am about Innova. It's
wow.
Just because I know that, like, the thing is for me about this bag is that I am so excited to promote it because I know for certain, without any bias whatsoever, that it is the best disc golf bag for me, a big man. Who carries
I even have an idea. I have an idea what it's going to be too.
Well, I'll go ahead and say it. I'm going to be an ambassador for Pound Bag.
That was my guess.
And and I have a signature bag coming out next year, and it is going. It's going to be really sweet.
Okay.
I'm just really, really excited about it. Anyways, in my bag, we have your destroyers, your Star Destroyers. Star Wraiths, which were the first discs that I really learned how to flick long distance when I started playing in 06. Brand new disc at that time, so I really was like, ooh, new disc, I gotta go with it. So I'm really excited to go back to one of the original things I used to throw back in the day. Kind of surprised probably to many people, but I think it's a really, really great disc. The Champion Colossus, it's really, really fast, has a good amount of turn without being too understable. Firebirds, Roadrunners for rollers, Thunderbirds, awesome disc. Trying to figure out if I want to go with PD or T-Bird. They're so similar that I'm not sure if I need both models in the bag. My favorite fairway driver right now, like my favorite for straight flicks in the woods, the FD. Oh, I got some second run FDs, and they are just exactly what I've always wanted for a fairway driver. It holds Great line. Anyways, I'll move on. I can just keep going on and on about that. I have for mid range, I have a Star Baby Rock, which was the very first disc I got in my very first tournament I ever played. Actually, I have my bag right here.
How convenient.
I forgot that it was right here. This thing right here.
It doesn't have a baby on it. I don't understand.
It's a USDGC Star Rock that
yes,
I have stashed away.
2006 USDGC Rock.
I would charge you top dollar for replacements all day long. I got some of those hidden.
Oh, do you? All right.
Maybe.
Well,
Just saying.
anyways, this is my very first disc I got in my first tournament, so it's kind of awesome to have it go right back in the bag. And I have a C-Line MD2 from the USDGC, which is a great disc. Ken Climo was raving about that thing back when we first got him. So if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. Yep. And I have MD3, and the Mako 3 is going to be like my straight Woods Flick disc. Okay.
And then the Groove.
Can't really mention anything about the Groove. I think that
he's under some NDA about his signature
NDA,
groove, so we can't.
The first rule about throwing a groove is that you can't talk about.
You don't talk about the groove.
I'm also throwing a C-Line P2 for throwers, and the Nova is just. I want to not like it because it just looks like a toy. It is such a good disc.
It looks so silly, but I picked up 2 of them from Terry a couple of years ago, and I really enjoy throwing them for anything under 150 feet. They're just on a line.
This looks like something you get from McDonald's. Like, this does not look...
Especially those colors.
Especially with that stamp. Especially that stamp. Where did you get one with that stamp?
No
Take
kidding.
it easy.
Hey.
No kidding.
No, it's such a good disc. I've been saying that, like, I'm less impressed with the ridiculous shots that Macbeth's thrown with it because I didn't know how good of a disc it was. I'd be like, oh man, he's so good with that thing. No, he's just throwing it, and it's just a good disc. It just goes exactly where you throw
it. Definitely the.
It's the arrow, not the Indian,
Yeah,
as opposed
exactly.
He's really good. Don't get me wrong.
No, I just think you said he sucked.
I think you said it. I think you said it was all the plastic.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Macbeth. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he'll kick you off the team.
I would love when Paul cuts into the show and he's like, Germ. Tomorrow there's a big X on your.
I'm in of a page.
I'm not saying he's that guy, that kind of pull, but.
Did
as
he own the company for like 2 days in April?
Yeah, April 1st he did. Yeah. So one of the questions, and whether it was on the board and it was exactly as you're listing through it, you have a pretty diverse lineup in terms of mixing into the Discmania side of things. Did you just know, or how did you come about that? And I mean, there's so many discs that Innova themselves offer, and then knowing you have the Discmania at your disposal. Was it Henry, or was that someone else that kind of helped say, here's what we think would work really well for you? Or did you just spend 2 days throwing 3,000 discs out in the field?
Well, I mean, yeah, some of it was just discs that were gathered for me. Over the years excuse me. Over the years, I've played several tournaments that were run by UC and Worlds and USCGCs that had Discmania discs in the players packs. I mean, I just have a bunch that are just sitting in storage, and so we'd go out to the field and try to learn discs. It's just the way it worked out, And I mean, like with the FD, like Innova has some great fairway drivers, but the way that feels, it's kind of unique. It's just so simple, but it just fits my hand really well. So I think that was like a no-brainer that would be in the bag. The P2s, I'm pretty sure Dave Dunape said that was the best putter he's ever designed. And like, I have to putt with them, he's he's like the most legendary disc designer that's ever lived. And he said that this is the best putter that he's ever designed. So, I mean, I'm going to give it a shot, So, and I really like the way it feels in the hand. So, and the Pro Plastic is, my favorite type of plastic is that stiff, tacky style putter. So,
I think he also said though that the Viking was one of his the most surprising discs to underperform in terms of sales. So, are you going to bag a Viking?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay.
I
I'm
mean, I
just
don't have one, but I mean, if somebody wants to send me one, I'll text you my address.
So someone may be trolling us out on the board, but they're saying, Germ, awesome hearing about your mom getting a free tiny house.
yeah, no,
No,
that's
it's not
legit.
trolling,
Yeah, that's
Totally
awesome.
legit.
Oh, yeah.
What's up with that?
Well, my mom lives in, she did live in Richwood, West Virginia. She was in a nursing home, recovering from multiple strokes that she had suffered a couple years ago. And last spring, many parts of West Virginia got hit really hard with a flood. And like her nursing home, there was water up to like the ceiling.
Wow.
And they had to evacuate and move. So she moved out to another part of West Virginia. And her house was pretty much destroyed. And they had this program where 2 people in Richwood were given a tiny home to live in for an extended period of time until their house was repaired. And my mom was selected for that. So
Wow.
she'll have a place to move back in when she's out of the nursing home, which should be within the next month or 2. So
Wow, that's fantastic to
And,
hear.
and following that post that I saw you make around that time, it was that your mom, being the artist, and now I know where you get it from, being the artist that she was or is, couldn't necessarily do all of her drawing with her dominant arm, her right arm, and
she lost the feeling in her right side, all the way down.
And has created coloring books and still continues to do art with her left arm instead. Which is truly amazing all in itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I saw that post, and all sounds like positive things all going in the right direction.
Yeah, and she would love to send out her coloring books. And if you are interested, to think about taking away your dominant side and learning how to relearn how to create that craft that you've had your whole life. And for her, that was her livelihood.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she paid for my sister and myself growing up to eat food, was from her art. And that was taken from her. And she, what was she going to do? Is she just going to cry about it? Or was she going to learn how to continue to create art, like her outlet for life? And she took that opportunity and that time in the nursing home, and she learned how to use her left hand to do what she'd been doing with her right hand her whole life. And I don't know if you've ever tried like writing something with your offhand. It's not fun. Like even your name, it sucks.
No.
So think about something as graceful as what she's doing, which is, it's not just paint, which is you can kind of go over stuff and blend it in. This is line art, which is every single flaw is exposed because it's black and white pen. And she has crafted and illustrated just these amazingly beautiful black and white coloring books. And you, if you're interested in this, send me a message on Messenger, and I can give you some details on where to check that out. They're $30, but they're pretty big. They're oversized. It's not like the normal size coloring books. So it's on really nice cardstock too. So thanks for bringing that up. And yeah, if you're interested in that, definitely send a message, because she'd love to send one out to you.
Yeah, I saw your post, and again, everything going in the right direction. Now, does someone there not like you? Because I don't know if you're going to fit in a tiny house for you to go visit her.
That's a clue.
Yeah.
That's a clue.
It's
you're not moving back in, Germ.
She's like, love to have you, Germ, but there's a hotel down the road. No? Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's a dumb joke, Terry. Move on.
Anyway, so artwork, and I don't know if someone's calling doesn't like your artwork, but someone said, are we going to have any new Big Germ artwork now that you have different discs to put them on? Obviously, you've had that signature stamp for a little while now. What else is in the works with your mad graphic design skills?
I've been doing a lot of stuff for some other people. I just completed. I'm still kind of working on some stuff for Saki.
Yep.
And really, really excited about the way it's turned out. I think people are going to really like the other things that he hasn't put online yet.
Okay.
But I've got some things actually. I actually just changed my my fan page profile picture to something that I may or may not be putting on discs coming up soon. I'm going to call it the Big Perm.
Yeah.
And I have a more intricate drawing that I did by hand, but I've since put it into the computer and made a vector image out of it that may or may not be like my tour, not the signature tour series, but like each player gets 100 discs for their own personal use, and I might be putting that on those. So I've been working on stuff. This off season is always my time to get around on the computer, and I've been spending a lot of time on my computer and putting some graphics down. I don't know about a new Big Germ logo. I have something that's kind of been in the works for a while, for a sideline or something that I'm going to be co-branding with Big Germ. That's going to say something else that has something to do with my childhood, and I want to kind of incorporate that with the Big Germ brand. But I don't want to give anything away yet for that, because that potentially is a really big thing for me, and I'm not quite ready to say much else about it. But I've got some things in the works, and definitely there will be some more artwork out there this year.
Well, and you just mentioned it. I saw Ricky Wysocki make his post. He's like, "Oh, here's a handful. I think it was eight or 10 or so different iterations of his logo." And so it's kind of funny. I don't, we talk about friendships and family and company lines and everything else, but here you are, one of the best in the game, working on our current world champions, logo for his company. Just talk about that a little bit. Who else do you do work for? Are other pros commissioning you, or how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I get people asking me for logo help, fairly often. I've got to turn a lot of people away just because, especially when I'm on the road, it's not. It just takes a lot of mental energy for me to go through that, because my process of coming up with a logo requires a lot of a lot of different drafts, and it's not something I have a lot of time for when I'm on the road. So, but yeah, I love it. I have so much fun working on logos for people. Way more fun than working on logos for myself, if I'm being honest. There's just too much pressure for myself. With someone else, I don't know why, I just get more connected and more into it. But yeah, Ulibarri's shield logo was one that I did for him. The Crush basket logo was a collaboration I did with Robbie Bratton. The Deuce Squad Ambergram logo, a couple different Deuce Squad things, or some things that I've done. But yeah, I just love getting involved with that. And, it's an outlet for me off the course that allows me to, it's just kind of like a Zen state for me. I can get away from disc golf and competition and, whatever else is going on in my life. And it's kind of like my home away from home. So get on the computer and listen to some music and come up with some designs.
And are you typically reserved to just logos, or do we, are there any stamps, other, event stamps and things of that nature that you actually?
I've done a couple event stamps before. Nothing that's made it like national, but like a lot of maybe not even a lot. I just designed actually this right here, the Charlotte Disc Golf Club logo, which you can see that it's the Charlotte City line on a disc. But I've done a lot of smaller things. But I've been planning on designing a USCGC Rock logo. I've got an idea for one for this upcoming year.
As the champion, don't they just have to let you design one of the stamps?
Yeah, I was gonna put a poop emoji on a disc and just say Big Germ US Champ.
Yeah.
And that's going to be one of the discs.
Be a hot item.
Want to. I think that it's an incredible opportunity for me and for the fans to have a disc that was designed by the champion. And not many, I can't really think of many other major champions who had the desire or the
ability
to design their own stamps. So I think that that's kind of a unique situation that I hope to capitalize on. And but yeah, I want to do more disc stamps. For the most part, though, I would say my specialty is font work and logos. That's what I really get hyped up about.
All right. Well, Disc Golf Guy needs a new one, so put me in the queue.
I don't know. I like the Smashbox hexagon. I'm a big fan of hexagons, so I think you did a good job there.
All right, Germ, I need you to do something for me.
Uh-oh.
We just started our Smashbox Patreon, and we are going to give something away probably every single week. So I've got a list from of all the different people so far that have signed up, and I need you to pick a number between 1 and 19 to give out. I've got a list of these people, and I was going to go to random.org, but I figure, you know what? You don't know what's going on as far as the thing, so I'll just have you pick a number.
Did you?
I'm gonna go with my lucky number.
3/4. Oh,
3/4. Wow. Oh, just you.
Too easy.
I know Melton brought it out.
It's just, I'm sorry. It was too easy.
Technically, I said between 1 and 19, so it's less than 1.
Less than one championship, or one less than one? Okay.
I went with 18, as in I won the 18th USCGC. How about that?
Sure you did.
That's great. All right, 18. That's Adam Walter. Adam Walter, you were going to win a prize this week. I think Terry brought. Terry, I told Terry to bring something. I hope he did.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, smart.
And Adam, and let me give the quick backstory to this. I've got. Oh, they're the same size, so you'll have equal choice at this. We've said it 100 times, and we'll say it till the day we all die. Legacy was, in fact, one of the strongest first supporters ever of Smashbox back in 2014. So I've got a Legacy disc inside the Circle Putt with Confidence or Play with Confidence shirt. So it's a super softie. You have either choice of that if you're a Legacy fan, or we have in extra large as well, short sleeve, also super soft, a Smashbox TV shirt. So
go with the Legacy shirt.
Go with Legacy.
Whatever
it won't decrease in value nearly as much.
Yeah. So, but I grabbed both of those, and I figured we'd give a choice. If that doesn't work for you, then you're SOL.
So Adam Walter, I'll reach out to you, Adam, because I have all your information. So, or if I don't get to you, reach out to us. But thanks, Big Germ, for doing that, and he can pick that up.
Yeah, for sure. So,
Adam.
every week. Are we going to set any parameters? We'll maybe talk about that later, about how could Adam win next week,
yeah,
I guess is the question.
I have no problem with multiple winners. Right now we only have
19?
19 patrons. So we're we're literally
5%?
$1 shy of a weekly giveaway, which I think we'll get to by the end of next week. And with if there's only 20 people, it's going to be fun giving out things to the same 20 people. I got no problem with that. So if you want in, Patreon.com/SmashboxTV.
Pays to support.
Support.
Tour season, anything out of the ordinary that we haven't heard from, say, Zach and Paige, a couple of people you're good friends with. Anything out of the ordinary for you?
Well, I mean, out of the ordinary for me is that I'm going to be driving my own car for the first time.
What are you driving?
I've got a 2011 Toyota Venza that has 74,000 miles on it as of tonight, and I've already put on 12,000 miles in the last 4 months on that thing. I love my car. I'm really excited to be taking it on the road. I'm going to be going with Austin Turner and Cody Bradshaw. So it's going to be crowded, but it's going to be so much fun. Those guys are both terrific. A lot of fun to be around, and just looking forward to another awesome season. And I'm also getting geared up and ready for Australia here in like 3 weeks. Couldn't be more excited about that too. So, I mean, it's just so much going on that it's just, overwhelming and exciting and amazing, and just can't wait for it.
Well, and I'll ask the same thing I said of Paige. You just mentioned, I believe, if got my ducks in a row, you're traveling then this year with someone who's sponsored by Prodigy, someone who's sponsored by Discraft, and then now you with Innova. Does it just go to prove and to show that the friendships and the disc golf camaraderie, the brands don't mean anything?
We're one big family made up of a couple smaller families.
Absolutely right. I just you can look at it like it's like races. I mean, it's just like I just don't see, like, I don't judge somebody by their sponsor. I judge them by who they are, and to me that doesn't make any difference. If you were to tell me that you would think differently of me because I chose to go with somebody that I felt like was a better fit, that to me just proves to me that you're not a friend. So I mean, I just support anybody who feels like they're going in a direction that makes sense to them. They have their reasons for why they are doing what they're doing, and that's enough for me. I don't care about that. All that matters to me is that I'm loyal to my brand and my brand is loyal to me, and that's important. But other than judging people on who they're sponsored by, I mean, that's just the silliest thing to me at all. I can't think of why that would make any sense to anybody.
And Paige was a little reluctant. She wasn't quite sure. We talked to her about mixed doubles, and she had said something, and we kind of said that we'd negotiate on her behalf. And I don't know what's going to happen.
What did Paige say?
I'm not at liberty to discuss everything, but she just wasn't 100% sure that you were locked in with her as a.
Yeah, I mean
I can't imagine the dynamic duo that you two would be. No offense to Zoe and
and
Keegan, who tend to dress up like superheroes, but I'm just saying, what's the deal? I mean, are you locked in? Are you?
Yes, Paige is gonna be my partner. Unless something happens that I don't know about.
Well, we'll talk to her on your behalf.
Okay, well,
we're going for the 5-peat. What's going on here? You guys are
first. You got to get to 3.
First, you got to get to 3.
Right.
We're going for 5-peat next year, Terry. You just watch it.
Yeah.
That's not how numbers work, Jeremy.
No?
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's why he deals with art and not math.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, no, we better be partners.
Somebody's scared.
Wow. I mean,
she already whooped my butt in fantasy football.
That's what she mentioned.
That's what she had said. She wasn't sure. I think that was probably what it was. She wasn't sure if you would still be her friend after the whooping you got. I heard.
It's taken me a couple weeks, but I've had enough time to think about it, and I've decided that between my friendship and Paige wins, but it's taken me a couple weeks to come to that conclusion.
So dare we ask, what are you attributing? Paige comes into this league never playing fantasy before. I'm sure some of you guys dismissed her.
She can't even pronounce some of the people's names on her team.
But yet she wins. Are you chalking that up to beginner's luck? What in the world?
Yes. Yes. Beginner's luck that I've never got. I've been playing fantasy football 3 leagues at least a year for like 8 years, and I have made it to the playoffs in like 90% of the. I have not won one league.
I'm with you, Germ, except I got one. I got one win.
I have no wins, and so I created the JSI, as I called it. It's the Germ Scoring Consistency Index, and so we had the. I would break down week by week who was averaging the most points, not by how many points you scored, but like. If you scored the most points in the league, you got 10 points because there's 10 players.
Sure.
And if you scored the fewest, you got 1 point.
It's kind of like a power ranking, yeah.
It was a power ranking. And I topped the power rankings all year long. I had the most points scored overall, except Nate Sexton clipped me in the last week. But it was back and forth between us. And Paige was just meddling around mid of the pack. And somehow, somewhere, she's from Dallas. So, of course, she had to pick Jason Witten and Des Bryant and Dak Prescott. And so she just was basically just feasting off of their incredible success that they had this year. And basically she's I think that's called like a homer is what they call a homer. She was a homer that just happened to pick a team that killed it this year. If she goes Dallas next year, who knows what's going to happen.
Yep.
Germ, I feel you. I got beat by a homer who had Rodgers, Nelson, and Adams, and she put up 180 on me when normally you score about 110. So
yeah, that's she crushed it at the end of the season, which is the only time that matters. I crush it at the beginnings of seasons, so one of these days, I don't know. It's taken me a little while to get over it, but
I can see that.
Well, it sounds like she crushed it, which is great to see. You have some Wisconsin roots and Wisconsin ties, and I know there's
Wisconsin.
Yeah, I know there's some Carolina team or something down there. But what do you think about the Packers this last weekend? Running some tables, doing that kind of stuff.
I'm pumped. I'm a huge Packers fan. I'm Panthers first, but Packers are like 1.5. But when the Packers play Panthers, they're dead to me. But
yeah, it's fine.
I'm lucky enough to pull for 2 teams that over the as far back as I can remember.
Yeah,
at
your
least
lifetime.
Going back for a long time. So it wasn't looking so great in the middle of the year. Packers were struggling. Panthers were they started off really poor this season. I thought that this might be the year where no playoffs were in the future, but I mean, Packers, watch out, man. They're on fire right now. Rodgers is connecting. Jordan Nelson's catching them. It's there's some weapons, and I'm pretty excited about the playoffs. They're definitely a team to look out for.
I was just gonna say, do you have any playoff predictions that we need to briefly touch on?
My prediction was the Steelers versus the Panthers in the Super Bowl, so you don't want to ask me what my predictions are. Cubs win.
You could get the Steelers portion right yet.
Yeah, but
I doubt
who
it. But
cares at this point, man? Panthers just suck.
Yeah.
Sucks.
it all starts
This
at
is so depressing.
it all starts at the head. Sorry, Cam.
Hey, yeah, all right. Everyone hates Cam.
I don't hate Cam. I'm just saying that he just needs to grow up a little bit. He needs to be able to.
He stunk this year.
He
The
did.
offensive line stunk. They stunk. It was bad.
He's gonna have to learn to be a pocket passer and not run around so much.
God, good luck.
I know.
Good luck, us.
So, there go your next 4 years. Have fun with that.
I hope that it's a Packers Patriots Super Bowl.
Like Super Bowl 30 again.
I just hope that they just demolish Tom Brady
31.
and the cheating Pats. Actually, I don't hold any grudges against the Patriots, so I don't know why I call them cheaters, even though they are.
That's fine.
But
it's fine.
Go Pack, go is all I gotta say.
Fair enough. What's next for you? I mean, Australia, and I know when we talked to Macbeth, he at one point had said, well, Australia feels a little weird. We're kind of in the midst of an off season, and then all of a sudden we have this major, and then things don't really pick up for another month after that. But what's next for you?
I guess I just continuing tour plans, locking down last minute details. Obviously, I have a lot to learn. There's the nuances of the discs or something that you don't just go to the field and learn in one day. You can learn a lot, but it really comes down to experience, which clearly at this point I don't have that much of. But I think most players who have been playing long enough can pick up a disc and pretty much tell you just by feeling it how it's going to fly. So I don't think it's going to take too long for me to get comfortable, but certainly a lot more field practice and more rounds, more casual practice rounds than I've had in the past. Going from 15 to 16, I played 10 rounds from December to the first tournament out in Vegas. So that was, 2.5 months where I played a total of 10 rounds. And that's certainly not going to be the case this year. So, just continuing to do more graphic design stuff, trying to treat the off season the way it needs to be treated, which is, rest and, not trying to burn myself out with disc golf, but at the same time putting the work in so that I'm ready. I'm just really excited about Australia and almost 100% positive I'm also going to go to New Zealand. So
yeah, we've heard that there's a few guys going in New Zealand as well. So
I just can't even imagine how beautiful it is there. So I'm just going to take that opportunity and just, what an unforeseeable series of events in my life to think 10 years ago, that you'd be going across the world to play disc golf. I mean, it's so I'm trying to take it all in at the same time because it's pretty special.
Is it a fair assessment? Is it an overstatement to say you're a little bit nervous? I mean, this is you're coming off the seasons, the last few seasons you've been with Prodigy, you've had the disc that you've learned and loved, and now you're in this transition. Are you a little bit nervous or scared?
No, not at all. Not really. I mean, I'm anxious, but I'm not nervous about it really at all. I'm more excited to go out there and show what I got. To back it up, and I've never been a defending major champion before, so it's pretty incredible to think about what that's done for me and my psyche towards the sport. My dreams, I never really thought that I would be able to say that, honestly. I mean, as silly as that might sound to other people, it's kind of difficult to convince yourself when there's the likes of Ricky Wysocki and Paul Macbeth and so many incredibly consistent and just extremely explosive players out there that you would come out on top one day. And so now that that's happened, I can set my dreams and my goals for more of that. You know, I mean, like I've got the taste of that, and it is such an amazing feeling. And it doesn't really make me nervous though, honestly. Even with the new discs, I don't feel like I need to prove anything to anyone else. I just want to prove things to myself, and I'm giving myself, I've got tough standards for myself, and that's what I'm shooting for, is how can I, make sure that I'm doing everything I need to do so that I feel comfortable with my progress. But I mean, in terms of like people saying that was a fluke or he's not ready for this, I mean, it doesn't, none of that stuff creeps into my head. I mean, and so I'm not worried about that at all.
Yeah, I don't say any of that. So we,
Zach Melton says it a lot.
Yeah.
But
now, no, but
I expect nothing less from Zach.
A very legitimate piece that's been said or comment that's been made throughout these last few years is, as Prodigy came along and Dynamic Disc as well, as they came along and then started, grabbing players and becoming entities in the game that could have their own players, we've seen people transition. And the mainstays, and Eric McCabe, who hasn't moved whatsoever, since going to DD, but a Paul Macbeth, a Nate Sexton, a Nate Doss. We've seen so many of these players have the luxury or otherwise have the luxury of there's no question about what their bag is going to look like in 2 weeks or in 2 months, because it was the same as it was 6 months ago. We've now seen, ultimately, you've gone from Discraft to Prodigy, and now Prodigy over to Innova. Ricky with a transition, Paige with her transitions. There has to be a little bit of that unknown territory that creeps in a little bit versus a Paul who's just thrown Innova from day one.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, my bag is going to be an evolution for the next year, and maybe so on. So, it's right now people are like, have you tried this? And I'm like, oh no, actually I haven't. And like, I would love to try it, and like, I'm going to be experimenting with that for a long time. And
send me a Viking. Yeah.
Send me a Viking. Send me a Blizzard Groove. I mean, I want to try it out.
Yes.
But it's gonna change. But I feel like right now, with the discs that are in my bag, I have something for almost any scenario. I feel like I've got overstable drivers, I've got discs that fight the wind, I've got slow approach discs, I've got straight, I've got turnover. So I mean, I feel comfortable with my bag. Basically, what I'll notice over time is, I haven't thrown this disc for 3 or 4 tournaments, and not even any casual rounds. Like, why is it in there? I mean, I understand its importance for this kind of shot, but instead of this shot, I'm throwing this instead. So, that just takes time. And so, yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see it develop. But I mean, obviously with Innova and the sister companies of Discmania and Millennium, and even Heiserbomb, like I've got a lot of options that I can choose from. So, it's kind of the exciting part about it, honestly, is just like what works best for me. What works best for me isn't what works best for Nate Sexton or Paul Macbeth, and so it's not like I can just look at their bags. I play a completely different style. I throw thumbers and tons of sidearms, and so it's a completely different style of shots. So, it's going to be unique, but I'm excited.
One of the things that I challenged Paige a little bit, as I said, if there's one disc that I knew in her bag that she relied on so much, it was always her lightweight putters, 151, 155, 158 grams, whatever. Like, to me, when I think of Paige for the last 3 years, I think of that one disc. She just relied on them so heavily. I think one of them even had your stamp on it, maybe. But
a lot of discs got my stamp.
Yeah, so people on the board and myself want to know, do you feel like there's any one disc that was exceptionally hard maybe for you to let go of, or to find that replacement for?
I'll go back to Discraft on this one. I think the ESP Zone is just one of the most fantastic approach discs ever made. And from day one with Prodigy, I was like, please just come out with something that does what a zone does. Like, I just need a low profile, overstable approach disc.
Something
Please.
beefy and consistent. That's what those zones are.
Yeah. And they eventually came out with the A1, which I tried and I really wanted to like, but it was too overstable for me. And when I got my hands on a flat A2, it was a great disc. I think that I liked it a lot. I used it quite a bit, but it still wasn't quite like the zone, and I couldn't quite maneuver it as well as I could with the zone. So I'm still looking for something like a zone, honestly. It just is something that's really hard to replace. And I think that I hope that Innova has something coming out for that. I know that they've tried to do some things in the past, but like, I guess what I'm really looking for is like a low profile and flat disc that isn't just like a complete meat hook, but is also still really overstable and consistent and forgiving for people who maybe throw a little flutter with their forehands. So I've always missed that. And honestly, those blue 400G D2s that I was throwing towards the end of last season, top 2 or 3 best drivers ever made. I mean, honestly, it was just such a good disc. Held a great line, incredibly fast. It just surprised me how far it would go. But I think the Destroyer is probably the best driver ever made. So, they're just a little bit different, So figuring that out is just going to take time. But I don't think that I'll miss that disc. I just know that that was a really great disc that Prodigy made. I mean, honestly, I'm going to miss some of my discs from my bag. I mean, I loved my bag setup with Prodigy. My M4s, my 400 series M4s were just, I think a lot of people knew that I really liked those for straight wood shots. And the Mego 3 has been great, and I've thrown a lot of really good shots with it so far. But it's just time will tell if that does the same thing that my M4s were doing. So I'll miss that disc for a while until I figure something else out. But I mean, there's just a few things. But for the most part, I feel like I said, Innova's got such a wide range of discs to choose from that it's not that hard to find something that is close enough that you can get by.
One of the suggestions, maybe, have you thrown a pig around? Which are pigs out of production? I think, pretty sure they are.
Yeah, I think maybe they still have the factory store ones, the Blizzard ones or whatever. But I've tried a pig. I haven't tried it recently. I tried it back in the day. Yeah. I'd be willing to try it again, and maybe even like a good run of Champ Rhinos. I think I'm going to acquire a beadless gator, which maybe
that could help.
For me.
Talk to Madison about those. I know
Madison loves her beadless gators, and I threw one of hers at the tournament in Florida a couple weeks ago, and I really liked it. I think that I'll have something that will fit in that range. Like right now, I'm actually using. It's kind of interesting. I'm using a Star Whippet X.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
One beat up, really beat up for Whippet X, and it flies straight. And then at the very end, it just goes and dies. So that might be a pretty good disc to use for that. But, I'm working on it. I'm trying to find things.
So did Innova, by any chance, put a clause in your contract for like an extra $50,000 if you actually make it onto SportsCenter yourself this year? Or is there any? I mean, there's got to be some incentive for you to actually.
He's holding up one finger. Guess which one it is in there.
He's talking in digital code. Ones and zeros. A one for yes.
Number 1, SportsCenter. First off, there's no contracts with Innova. There's just agreements. And
which is definitely worth noting and interesting.
And
for
I mean, that's
people to argue about.
A lot of people may not know that. So
the Innova wants to support you, and they want you to support Innova. And however, if you feel like you want to explore something else, they will say, thank you for your time and support you. And I kind of like that. You're not tied down with any strings. So that's a pretty cool thing about Innova. But no, I don't know if there is a media bonus for SportsCenter, but it's coming, people.
Sure.
Right? I finally got my video on Ace on video a couple weeks ago in Florida.
Yeah, I think I saw it.
It was a pretty good one. You should check it out.
And not ripping on anyone. I didn't see the flight of the disc. Like I saw it come out of your hand.
Yeah.
And it was a cell phone recording.
Yeah, well, it was a
And
guy
I
from Finland
couldn't
that
see
was
it.
visiting that was helping out in the event, and he was just
Awesome.
escaping the winter in Finland. And he said he didn't record one other hole, maybe not even another shot for the rest of the tournament. He just happened to pull up his phone and was like, "Oh, this might be a good time," and literally records me throwing that shot, and just perfect timing. And on his phone, you could see exactly what was going on, but when he uploaded it to Facebook or to YouTube, the quality just.
Okay.
You know, he didn't zoom in or anything like that, so you can't really see it. You see like a tiniest faint of the disc skipping off the concrete and then floating in there. But
yeah, they say video or it didn't happen, and I'm gonna still go with it didn't happen then.
Oh, jeez, I hate you, Terry.
I mean, it's amazing what Adobe Premiere can do these days.
Yeah. You'll get one, big guy. You'll get one. How many? Now you probably know. How many times have you been
the bridesmaid
side featured on ESPN?
Why are we talking about this?
This is what the people want to know about, Big Germ.
Yeah,
this is the after show.
Josh Welch called it the bridesmaid clause after I referenced it.
Officially, I was on SportsCenter 3 times last year. Once with Paige Pierce at U.S. doubles.
Yep.
Once with Ulibarri. Or a world mixed doubles with Paige, and then U.S. doubles with Ulibarri, and then the same week with Ricky from USCGC, all the same year. But if you go back even further, there's Dave Feldberg Ace, which I think it made it on SportsCenter. I can't remember if it made it on SportsCenter or not, but I know it was shared worldwide.
Yeah,
had millions and millions of page views. There was the CBS Sports had a article about it, and actually part of the article had my face circled because my arms are crossed because I was blown away what I'd just seen. And they were making fun of we think that this is the guy that said get in. And they literally pointed at me and made fun of me.
Oh, wow.
It was demoralizing, guys. So there was the Billy Engel ace across the water.
Yeah, we got that one.
We had that one.
I was right next to the basket when that went in. There was the Nate Doss ace that made it on the first shot.
First one ever. Right
next to Nate Doss. There was I can't even remember them all. Like I've been right next to almost every. The only one that I wasn't nearby was the Philo one because I stayed home for the Beaver State Fling this year.
Yeah, the Albatross.
So, go figure. That's the one that's got like 30 million page views.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You really would have been famous. For not making that shot either.
What was they have the crisis models. Have you ever seen those? Like the people that like they say that go to all the bad events, and then there's like one girl that they say it's like this girl was at 9/11 and at Sandy Hook and whatever girls. It's like, and basically people would say like that's the ace guy. Like he's always around. He's like the world's biggest fan. They don't even know that I play. They just see this one guy just standing.
That guy really likes disc golf.
For the longest time, Todd Briner was pretty famous in a lot of the old school videos because Todd Briner famously wore a black shirt every day, all the time, and usually jeans, and he was just always behind our early disc golf videos, and you just saw him every single video, every single Worlds. There was Todd standing there.
He was the original.
And I don't. It wasn't necessarily for aces. It was just he was just
in every old video.
Yeah, just the official super fan in all the videos, which is funny because he was never playing in those events. He was always just doing some kind of fulfillment or work or whatever.
I'm the same guy. No one knows that I'm playing. I'm just always around.
Exactly.
Like, there's no difference between me and Todd Briner.
Germ conspiracies, as they're saying, off of the board. I don't know if anyone's got other information on the board that we haven't talked about. Kevin McCoy says that we should get you a rainbow wig and a John 3:16 sign.
Kevin, go home, Kevin. You're drunk.
Good old Kev. Thanks, Kevin, for always being here and especially hanging late with us.
That's right.
Happy New Year to you and your whole family. Hopefully we'll see more Courtney on tour. I know she had that injury a couple years ago to the knee, and hopefully we'll see more of her out there.
Somebody was asking if you have a particular roller disc that you've been that you've been using?
Yeah, I think that I've got a pretty flippy destroyer that that I like, and also I have a really stiff Champion Roadrunner. Between those two, probably that'll be the majority of my backhand rollers.
Okay.
And probably like my stable destroyers and Firebirds would be like my little flick cut roller trick shots.
Sure.
But yeah, that's another one of those things that like you don't go to the field and learn that for like the trick rollers. The backhand rollers, yeah, but like the when you're in a tricky spot, that just comes down to experience. So those kind of things, I just got to put myself in more bad spots that while I'm practicing to really learn what works best for those.
Take some of my lies. You'll get really good at forehand rollers.
Do like work shot doubles.
Yeah, there you go.
We just call that Johnny V doubles.
Yeah, it's just my No.
Anyway, so again, if people have some questions on the board, we'd be glad to entertain them. Carver asked if you liked the Jesus commercial. Did you ever see that? There was a little hubbub about it last year. It aired on Smashbox and a few other places. No, never saw that one. Okay.
I saw it once, but I don't remember.
Okay. Have you tried the Commander? That was a question on the board. Have you tried the Commander by Innova?
Oh! I have one, but I haven't thrown it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the Gargoyle?
I did get one of those, and I have it right here actually. And it's pretty good. I like that. I kind of would like something more like the old school flat top like Champion Gremlins, and those are very similar to the Gargoyle. The Gremlin probably won't make, or the Gargoyle probably won't make the bag, but it's a good disc. I thought it was gonna be a little bit more overstable than it ended up being. It's really straight and it has a pretty good finish at the end. So it's actually a pretty good disc. It's just not what I was looking for.
People are questioning destroyers, Macbeth versus Avery. I mean, you can. I mean, they all have Macbeth's stamp on them now. The current releases. Are you gonna go seek out Avery destroyers? And if you do, can I just smack you now? Because
I am. Where is it? Are you kidding me?
I left my Avery destroyer in the basket at Putting League.
Oh God. Oh, it's somewhere.
Okay, so destroyers though.
I have a Steve Brinster swirly Star Destroyer that I really like.
Yep.
I have a blank top. It was a bottom stamp Star Destroyer.
Okay.
That's the flippy one that I was talking about that I use for rollers and long S turns. And I have a Avery one, and I will eventually rotate in some of the Macbeth ones. Some of the Macbeth ones I have are really overstable. Okay. And so I might take those out with me to Vegas and to Memorial and places that you need good long skips and headwind discs and so on and so forth.
So here's a question, and I get worked up over this from time to time, but here's the question.
This should be good.
When you're coming into this whole new scene of throwing the Innova discs, will you go seek out any harder to find molds or plastics, i.e.
9-time rock?
9-time rock is a good example. An Avery destroyer versus a new Paul destroyer. Will you seek out any of those? What are an 11-time Firebird? I'm just throwing out kind of collectible / harder to find or out of production type discs. Will you seek any of those out?
Seeing as I am developing my bag now as we speak, I don't necessarily need to go for that stuff. Why would I learn on stuff that was really difficult to obtain?
Thank you.
Yeah. However, Terry, before you get all excited, I always think that it's really important to have mojo in your bag, and you got to have special discs. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be gearing my game around 11-time Firebirds, because the new runs fly just fine. And honestly, I should make, it's important that I get a lot of the ones I have now, just so that if they aren't so great in the future, I take advantage of that now. But no, there's no point for me to do that kind of stuff. And I mean, I want to make sure that the discs in my bag are good runs, but I mean, besides like second run FDs, there's nothing that I can think of off the top of my head that's like very specific and hard to get that I have to have.
Okay. And I applaud that. I think that's great because just that it seems to me it's so silly to go out and to, like you said, try and base your whole bag around it or go after. If you don't know the difference right now, sure, some people may hand you a disc and say, hey, I don't think this one flies like today's model does. But for the most part, to go out and seek those out and to pigeonhole yourself and put yourself in such a disadvantage cost-wise and availability just is really. And here's a news alert for many of you out there. There could be a day, or there was a day, let me put it this way. There was a day when a destroyer had an Avery Jenkins logo stamped on it, and the very next disc was picked up out of a box and then stamped with Paul's name on it, and it's the same effing disc. It's a different stamp on it. So there are plenty of times where that happens. If you want to talk about a 4-time
Don't crater the market, Terry.
champion rock
You're
3
killing so many salesmen right now.
and I'm one of them. I'm one of them that people eat into this, but it frustrates me so much when people get so worked up over a particular stamp and they don't realize they're literally, you've been to the factory, Germ, there could be a box of 100 blank discs, and at the 57th disc they're like, oh, Paul McBeth just won another Worlds. Yep, here's the new 4-time stamp, and they just grab the next disc.
Right.
People do not, for some reason, believe that, but that happens all the time.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You know that. just.
Well, and
it
like I was
frustrates
going
me.
to say, as we were saying, with Germ having so many different lines of discs to choose from, it doesn't make any sense because to find what a 9-time rock can do, he's got Discmania, Innova, whomever else he wants to throw from those lines. They have so many pieces of plastic. Was that intimidating at all? Like realizing, like, oh my God, look at all the discs coming from Prodigy, which was building their lineup. Now you've come to an established lineup, and like, oh my God, what am I going to throw?
Yeah, I mean that it is in a way. It kind of is because I want to try them all out, and I want to know like what individually works best for me. And it's just almost impossible to do because there's so many different discs. So I guess it kind of comes down to like, I don't want to like discover after like 2 seasons that like this one disc was like the magical disc that works perfectly for me, but no one else really throws it. Like I kind of like the way the Champion Panther feels. Not in my bag right now, but hey, if like one day I'm just like, I'll throw the Panther in the bag, and then I go out to the course, and then it just is just perfect for my little approach flick shot. I'll be like, what the heck, man? Like I wish, so I want to lock that down, and I want to know what will work best for me, but there's no way for anyone to know that besides me. So
Panther is an underrated disc.
It's a good disc.
Say that. It's a good disc. You want something that's going to flip up, fly straight, or even a little flippy?
Absolutely. It's a good
Take a look at the Panther. It feels nice.
I honestly thought that it was going to be my M4 replacement, but the Mako 3, like the first like 3 or 4 shots I threw with it, I was just like, oh my God, that was so straight. So I'm going to commit to that for now, and maybe the Panther will see the light of day in the next couple months. We'll see.
Sure. Well, and you've also had a slight advantage in that, as you said, you're one of your best friends, Henry, and then along with so many other of your close friends, and I think of Kyle and others. What's that? Yeah, so many friends that Henry of all people especially can be like, hey Germ, you really should try this. I think you'll like this. And he knows your game as well as anyone. He knows your plastic, he knows your disc and your style. So if there's you have these people that can give you some really good genuine advice in saying, hey, I think you really might like this. Like, let's face it, not a lot of people are going to be like, hey, I really think you need to get into a Daedalus or whatever, some disc that's way too unstable for you, or just would never, have might be a great disc, but doesn't have any kind of fit in your bag.
Right. No, I think one of the things that worked out really well for me with Prodigy was that I actually had a very simple bag. I just had I had like upwards of 6 D1s in my bag. They were all very different to me, and I knew the difference, in each one, but it was the same model of disc. And so I was very comfortable with that disc in hand. And so, I mean, I kind of really want to go back to that with Innova, even though they have so many different discs to choose from. I would like to be able to become comfortable with a very limited bag. I just want to know what that bag is, so I don't have to, if something is just this much more stable or this much less stable, or, I don't want to have 2 or 3 different discs that are essentially the same thing. It works best for me if I just simplify it and just have a really overstable destroyer, or a slightly overstable, a straight, and an understable, so on and so forth. So yeah, I think that's, I think that's what I want to eventually accomplish, but, we'll see how that ends up panning out over time.
So now, do you have to report to like Macbeth every couple days as to what's going on, how things are?
Every 12 hours, actually, I've got to write a page report on what I've done.
The rough part is it's 3 p.m. and 3 a.m. Well, I mean, what a jerk.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. We actually worked out that timeline because it makes sense, because I'm going to bed about 3:30. So he said 3 a.m. is good for him. And I just have to start off every message with yes, sir, no, sir. But
That makes sense. We're gearing up for a crazy year. I mean, obviously these changes are taking place. We saw this phenomenal year by Ricky Wysocki, who kind of seems to have gotten the best of almost everybody, more often than not. And then you come in with this great USDGC performance. Can disc golf get any more exciting than what we're looking for next year?
Oh, I think it absolutely will. I think that there's so many people that realize that they, if Macbeth had another season in 2016 like he had in 2015, I'd be like, no, it's not going to be exciting. We're just going to get crushed again. But we got to see, a little bit of the human side of Paul, and like, oh, he had such a bad year. Dude, he still killed it. Like, yeah. It's so funny. Like, we had such high expectations for him this last season. But that being said, he wasn't infallible. We got to see that human side of him, and I think that when you see Ricky rise to the top, but Simon got hurt. Who knows what Simon may have done if he wasn't hurt? Eagle has just been freaking on fire. Nico's finding his game again. Ulibar is, always in the mix. Dude, there's going to be so many interesting storylines that develop, and it's going to be like this for the remainder of the game. We're starting to really see that effect that you have in golf, where the top 25 guys can legitimately win.
So you're saying you're personally sweeping the majors this year. That's what you're saying.
You here first. I personally promise you that I will.
Okay. Wow.
All right.
If I don't win all 4 majors,
you're not even going to one. You're not. Go ahead and say it. Everyone knows you're not even going to one of them. So
I can see the Ultra World headline tomorrow morning: Big Germ promises major sweep 2017. You heard it here first, Steve.
I did see Steve Hill on the board.
He's on the board. So there's your line for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not going to finish that statement because that's the dumbest thing. If I just hope to win like another tournament. That would be really cool. Like at any level, there's so many good disc golfers popping up every year.
Yeah,
it is honestly like even 4 or 5 years ago when I was thinking about the future of disc golf, and I was just going off of my first 5 years in the game. I was like, I'm not seeing what I thought I'd see in the future, and then boom, it all happened so quick. And in the last 4 or 5 years, it has been just incredible to see the developments going on in the pro game, seeing the tournament directors step up their efforts, seeing the PDGA, push for standardizations and making changes that will affect the future of the game 10, 20 years down the line. The media broadcast, the podcast that we're doing, and there's not just one, there's several. Facebook. I mean, Is there not several?
I don't know.
There's
Not that we've heard.
I only know of one. That's ours.
okay. Well, there's going to be more.
Sure.
Okay, but there's just a lot of amazing things that are going on the media side and just all aspects of the game. And every single business is seeing. I can't say every single business, but most of them, the big businesses, are seeing an incredible rate every year jump up in their sales, and it's just like, it's so exciting to be a part of it. This is by far the most exciting time in the game that I for me, obviously in 10 years, but like I feel pretty comfortable saying the most exciting time in the sport's history. And so it's only going to get more exciting. I feel like, so, I mean, it's awesome. It's just really cool seeing all this incredible effort that so many people are putting in, and it's being rewarded. And it's giving more people more incentive to do their own thing. And you're going to see more and more niche businesses developing over time that cover more smaller faceted parts of the game, like training supplies perhaps, or, like businesses that sell like just minis or just towels or just chairs or whatever, like you're going to see that. Yeah. And things that, people will be able to legitimately support a business off of. And I think it's awesome. I love seeing business prosper in our sport.
It just kind of popped in my head, but how is it going to be this year, knowing that, I mean, you're one of the senior golfers in the open field these days,
I'm getting old.
And you're traveling with, Austin, who's is he 12 yet? I mean, he's what, 21, 22, 21?
No, Austin is
19.
19. I think.
He's still 19. Okay, it feels like 2 years ago he won juniors under 19. And I thought he was 19 at that point, but clearly he wasn't. I mean, it's been a while. So he's still. What are you going to impart on these young guys? I mean, what are you going to bring to the table? Obviously, you're
like the new. I mean, it went from Kenny to Felberg was kind of the grandfather of all new touring guys. You're the new Felberg.
He might just hang up on us.
No, I'm just saying.
Wow. We like to keep our guests, Terry.
I'm saying, that you have so much knowledge and wisdom to
Felberg has a lot of
instill on these players. So that's a fair question.
I take that as a compliment, Terry.
That's what I'm saying. He has a lot. I mean, let's be real. Felberg was a student of Kenny's, as lots of people are, and then we've seen the likes of Ricky and others, learn from Felberg.
Honestly,
you're kind of that next.
I've learned a ton from Felberg. I mean, I've learned a lot of what to do and some of what not to do. Honestly, I mean, and no offense, but I've learned a lot of what to do and what not to do because of Kenny and myself watching videos of myself. I've been like, don't do that again, you idiot. But I mean, I think that it's a really cool role to be in, and it's taken me a long time to get to the point where I feel like I can, I really consider myself to be a professional in the way that I want to be, which is, I am out there and I'm serious, but at the same time, I don't have to be like dead serious, which allows me to really access the part of the game that is so enjoyable to me, which is just the fun of throwing discs around. And keeping that in perspective really allows me to be loose at times that other people might be a little bit nervous and might not allow themselves to throw the shots that they want because they build up the moment more than they might need to. So, I hope that for the future generations, I hope they know that, when they play with me, that they don't have to be like nervous, but, I understand that because I felt that way for a long time. When I played my first rounds with just the local guys like Ryan Schweberger, Michael Johansson, Mike Hoffman,
all those old guys. Go ahead and say it.
Yeah. I mean, they're still doing the dang thing. But like when I was playing with those guys, like I was legitimately nervous. I wanted them to know I was here. I'm here to play. I want to be a professional one day. And so when I play with those up and coming players, I want them to know that, I am there to talk, and, they can learn from my, behavior on the course, what to do and what not to do at times. But, at the same time, I'm going to beat you. So just keep that in mind. No,
Hey, no,
you guys were very serious. That was supposed to be a joke, and no one laughed. Okay,
no,
so
that's great. I mean, if you think about, you said
Damn.
yourself that you were nervous, and I don't know. You want those kids to be nervous around you, A, because it helps out. They're more likely to make mistakes, but B, you've earned that respect. You've earned that nervousness from them right now. You've proved yourself. And now you're going to continue to prove yourself. So I would not saying that you're going to beat them is. I would say that's
okay.
That's,
so let
that's
me go back a little bit, because I remember specifically playing with Nate Doss in 2009 or 2010 at the Cranberry Classic, and him and Nico were battling for the win, and it was in the final 9. And I remember mentioning to Nate, I was like, Nate, I have a list of all the players that I've beaten in tournaments, and you are on the 2 or 3 person list of people who I have not beat yet.
We refer to that as the bitch list.
The bitch list.
So
Wow,
you haven't
okay,
you have not put him on at that time. You had not put him on
list.
your bitch list. Okay.
Right. So he was still exempt, and I told him that, and he looked at me, and he kind of did his little Nate Doss smile, just give me the little Bobby Hill smile, and he was like, "You ain't gonna beat me for a long time, Germ." And he pats me on my back. And just walks off.
Perfect.
And I was like, "Oh man, that was so cool." I was like, "He's right too. He's so good." He's only like 6 or 7 months older than me too, which he just always has felt like such a veteran, and he is. He's been playing the game since he could stand up almost. So, but it's crazy. Like we're almost the same exact age, and he's a 3-time world champion, and I feel like he's been in the game for like 40 years.
To think about it, a lot of people see Nate is starting to like wind down his career. He's delving into the brewery stuff, and it's almost like people are prepping his retirement. And you just won USDGC, and it feels like you're like on the upswing. And
it's interesting.
And there's only, like you said, there's what, 3 or did you say 3 months difference or 7 months difference?
6.
It's less than a year.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly what it is.
It's such a different feeling. Like I would have never guessed that you guys were that close in age, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
it's actually 7 months because his birthday's in May. It's always during the Masters Cup.
Masters Cup. Yep. So I mean, that's good in a couple of ways. One, no one should be writing off Nate. And B, it can take a while to get into your prime. So I mean, all those kids that are out there killing it right now, they got a lot to learn yet.
Yeah. I mean, he also has, he has an incredible passion for brewing, and for me, my only other passion besides having a good time is doing graphic design. But that doesn't mean that like I am focused 100% solely on disc golf, whereas I think Nate is focused on getting his brewery up and running, and being a good husband and all that kind of stuff that I don't have to worry about at this point. So, it makes sense. He's done everything that you can really do in the game. He's been just an incredible professional and consummate pro over so many years. And, just obviously super first ballot Hall of Famer, is just giving back so much to the game, to so many people. And, I guess that's kind of like the ultimate goal for me, is that I want to one day have just some of the impact that he's had on so many people. That's, if I could have just a portion of that, it would, I could, finish playing the game whenever I'm decided to move on, and feel pretty good about it, so, but yeah, I mean, I think that these up and coming players, they, I think that they can learn a lot from watching us play and how we handle ourselves on film and in front of galleries. And it's different, you're not used to that until you finally do it. And it's interesting. It's really exciting though.
And there's certainly no substitute for it. There's the nervousness and putting yourself in those pressure situations. And I'm going to sidetrack to a slightly more fun pressure situation. Have you gotten a chance to go back and see the Nantucket, not the skins, but the skins or the Raz round? Yeah, did you get a chance to see that yet?
I watched the Raz round, and let me tell you, I am so annoying.
What?
Oh,
we know.
I had so much fun, and I look back, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, you can have fun, but tone it down a little bit, Big Germ.
I think you were. I mean, with the setting and with the situation, I thought you were right on point.
I appreciate that, and I'm probably being a little too hard on myself, but you can't have more fun in 3 holes than a Raz round. It's like, and I think it's so funny reading some of the comments on that.
Oh God!
And seeing people's take on how this is so bad for the sport. Just
simmer down.
Take a pill.
Frank, just shut up. Just go out there and be a part of that event and see what's going on and realize the community of what's going on in Nantucket, and just shut up. It is so much fun. It is nothing but awesome for the sport. If somebody that doesn't know disc golf stumbles upon it, it's not going to make them never want to play disc golf. It's not going to do anything like that. It's just people having a great time. And in my book, people having a great time, no harm, no foul. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
So no, I watched that. I just watched it one time, mostly because I wanted to see Dustin Keegan shank into the woods when I started the "Let's Go Beavers" chant, or when Jordan Castro was about to throw and I started the "No one knows you" chant, which was pretty brutal. I probably shouldn't have gone that far, but
he's a teammate
now.
Now he's a teammate.
Now he's a teammate. All right, Jordan Castro. I asked him after the round. I was like, "Did you hear me say that?" And he said, "Oh yeah." And I was like, I'm so sorry.
Wow, it was a really fun time, and it was great seeing everyone interact in that way. And again, like you said, somebody said something about it being bad for our sport, or it's why no one takes it serious. And I'm like, you know what? And my analogy was when somebody in a dunk contest dunked over some mascot, after doing something silly or crazy. It's like it was an exhibition match. It was meant to have fun. Nobody's gonna say, well,
management hole 17, and PGA. I mean, like they are, it's, I know it's just one hole, but I mean, like, that's just
people
that doesn't apply, buddy. That does not make any sense to me. That perspective is just not. Go out.
Exhibition, having fun. And looking forward to returning, hopefully. I know I've had a quick conversation with that Nantucket crew, and they want to position themselves again right between what will be Vibram on Labor Day weekend and then Green Mountain the 2 weeks later. They want to be right in between. I think it's September 9th and 10th. So I know it's on my calendar. I hope it's on Smashbox's and everyone else's, that if we can make it happen again. That was a heck of a weekend.
I'll be more prepared this coming summer.
Yeah, for sure. And now I've got I answered. I think I spoke correctly on your behalf. You must be suffering a little cold or something, or some sniffles, or.
Yeah, I'm not feeling any of the effects of it. But for some reason the cough hasn't gone away yet, so that's been pretty annoying.
No, and I only say it. Somebody said to lay off the cigarettes, and I said I think it's a fun fact, or not so fun. You've never smoked anything in your life, ever.
Not once, besides all these fools at tournaments.
Hey-oh! What a setup.
Boom!
Yeah.
No, I no interest whatsoever. I think tobacco's wacky, man.
Okay.
I think
I'm with you, bud.
Good time,
Zero.
Just have a few brews, and I think I don't. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I don't really like putting gunky stuff in my lungs.
Okay. Well, it was somebody was trying to help out, and I said, nope, I think Germ has never smoked anything in his life.
Not once.
Fun fact.
We're in the
very fun.
We're in the same
or
club
not
then.
So fun, like you said. Maybe I would have more fun.
Anyway, all right, Big Germ. Do we have anything else we need to cover here tonight? It's been a pretty solid set of information here. Anything else we need to cover?
I think we covered quite a bit. I can't really think of anything, but I'm sure
tour
there's more
schedule
questions out there. But
I mean, tour. Can we just expect? I don't want to say the standard answer, but Pro Tour, national tours, dipping in overseas when you can. That seems to be pretty much all that's left on the schedule. All that time allows for, right?
I'm. My plan is just to basically, get together. I have the first couple months planned, but as time changes, like maybe Cody and Austin decide they want to go back home. I don't think Austin will. I'm pretty sure Cody won't, but he's kind of a wild card, honestly. So, the plan is to just make it to the biggest event that makes sense every weekend. And yeah, I want to hit up as many pro tours as possible. I want to hit all the world tours that I can. I want to play obviously I'm going to play every single major and every single national tour that I can. But there's a couple of spots where, you're on the West Coast and then the next weekend's even the East Coast. So there might be some sacrificed events here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for the most part, like, my goal, like I said, is I'm rededicating myself to the tour. Like, I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be in my car for several months at a time. And, I'll miss Charlotte, but, I just want to be on the road again. And that's where the people that I love the most in this world are. And, that's where I feel at home. So, I'll be coming through your area at some point of the year. And when that happens, say hi, reach out, let's go get a drink, go play some pool or go play a practice round or whatever it is. Don't be shy to reach out to me. I always love reaching out to my fans. So, it means a lot to me when people connect with me. I'm pretty easygoing. I'm not, I like having that connection with my fans and friends. So, but yeah, I think that it'll be just like any other year, except I'm not going to be making those trips back home. So
yeah, I was going to say the tour doesn't really bring you that way all too often. I was just thinking about how it actually kind of circles around through the country, and at no point is it like, oh yeah, hanging out in Charlotte for 4 weeks is kind of going to be logical. The tour brings you just about everywhere else. So
it's kind of silly, but Charlotte has got some new excitement, and there's going to be some new people that are going to be running things in Charlotte over the next couple of years, and so some of the people that have been a part of the club for a long time, Sam Nicholson, Bill Jacobson, Stan McDaniel, those guys who've been like the mainstays for so long, since like the early 90s, like they are, they're in their 50s and 60s, and and people have moved on and they've been there, done that. But the younger guys, they want to see top pro competition come through Charlotte. Clearly we have the courses and we have the volunteers to do so. So it's kind of, I want to see it soon, but it'll happen sooner than later, I suspect. I would imagine 2018 will have something that should be big enough that people will come through. But for now, the closest that we really get is just Augusta Worlds, which is only 3 hours away from Charlotte.
And we're also
going to USDGC.
And we're going to see the Am Worlds roll through there. I know that's not of pro caliber, but we'll see Am Worlds roll into there in 2018.
It's a big event, obviously. That's a huge undertaking. But, on personal bias, I want to see a national tour or something along those lines back here, pro tour or something. It'd be cool.
All right, Big Germ. Well, of course, we appreciate your time. I know we say it to a lot of our guests, but you're also one of those guys that steps up and is willing to work with us. You've done a number of different things, whether we're prepping for a week or a weekend, joining us on the show, all those types of things. We really appreciate it, and all of our top players that are so gracious with their time. And
for sure,
we want to promote you, and we're glad that, and we're just honored and happy that you guys can help us out when you do as well. So, thanks for joining us tonight. Congrats on the new steps and the directions that your life is heading, and the tour this year. It should be very exciting for all of us to watch.
Yeah, I thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to be on the show, and be looking out for some Big Germ merchandise that should be coming out sometime soon. Obviously, all that information will be on my Facebook and Instagram pages.
It's almost like you need your own website soon.
That's coming soon too. So there'll be some stuff coming out, so my fans can continue to support me. And, like I said before, always feel the love out there, and really appreciate having me on the show, and always love talking to you guys. And so, always feel free to shout out, and I'm always available. So.
All right. Well, Big Germ, with that, have a good night. Thank you. Go write your 12-hour report to Mr. Macbeth, and we'll catch you soon enough.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good night. All right, and the ex-doubles partner of Paige Pierce joining us tonight. Oh no, I mean current, existing, or something. Partner of Paige Pierce. They are the two-time mixed doubles champions right now. So
they're going to be a hard.
I don't know what 5-peat he thinks he's going for next year, but
a little bit of math. I mean,
yeah, something like that.
They're a hard team to beat.
They certainly are, and it'll be exciting to see as this year moves in, and the World Championships again held in Augusta should be very cool. My first ever Worlds taking place in the 1996. In the year of 1996 in the Augusta area. I believe 0 of the courses that were used then, granted it was an Am Worlds, but 0 of those courses are, we've just outgrown them, outdated, outperforming from those days. Pendleton, King, those were the days. Yeah. One of my funniest rounds of all time, as I take this quick photograph of memory lane. Pendleton, King. I believe it was 2 rounds there for that Am Worlds. And I had scored 17 threes and a birdie. And some of those threes were really good at the time. Mm-hmm. And some of those threes were not so good because you should have gotten a 2. But just one of the most, it should be unmemorable rounds, really. But it was. To have 17 threes just feels so weird even to this day.
I don't think. I'm trying to think.
It would be tough to do that on any course these days.
On any course,
honestly.
Yeah, I was just saying. I'm trying to think. Have you ever had? I know I haven't. A round with all threes.
No. I would remember that, especially because I remember this particular one. But no, because. Yeah,
I mean,
you have to fall into a birdie somewhere. And even on the super, tough courses these days, there's no way I'm getting all threes because I'm probably going to get a 4 or worse somewhere. So, no. This last weekend in Kenosha, if you couldn't get near the basket and then the wind was up, I could see you. It's supposed to be deuce or die, but I took a string of 9 threes, and it felt like 9 5s.
Kevin McCoy says 17 threes at Penalty King. No bueno.
Simmer down. Anyway, yes, especially by today's standards. Yeah. Kevin. Kevin, so glad you're out on the board. Patreon account seems to be doing well. We appreciate you guys. We're up to 21 patrons. So again, thank you guys so much. With any support that comes in via our Patreon account, we'll just continue to find ways to make our show better
and give back.
And certainly just that, give back. We'll be able to assure more frequent giveaways and things for you guys to earn or participate or to win or whatever the case may be. So
we've hit we just surpassed the $50 per podcast amount, and the next step is the $100 per podcast amount, at which we'll start paying Yuli, Dana, Zoe.
What an idea.
I know that they would actually get something out of this for their time.
Yeah, and maybe we would too even. How great would that be?
Let's work on the people who matter first.
Darn it.
Those guys.
Darn it.
People who make our podcast worthwhile to watch.
Well, and you guys have been awesome. This is without a doubt been our largest consistent crowd, especially as I know we're moving into 1 a.m. Central Time.
I think Germ was. We should just have Germ on like every week because him and Paul seem to bring in the biggest guests.
His milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
I'm sure it does. I am sure it does. And I can't skimp out on Paige. Obviously, she was a big draw as well. But
now you're ripping on Zach. You're going to leave him out. I mean, Zach was a first timer. He may have made all the difference tonight.
He might have. You're right. It's hard to tell.
All the Zachamaniacs out there.
The Zach attack. What I do know is that when Germ and Paige are on, we've seen consistent high numbers. I have nothing to judge Zach on yet. We'll see next time he shows up.
Okay, fair enough.
The way he's playing shouldn't be too long.
No.
Christopher Fowler asks any book recommendations by me. I am reading, or I'm not reading, I'm listening audiobook to Leviathan Wakes, the first in the Expanse series. So I'm working on that. It's really good so far, and it's a little bit different than what's going on the TV show. So I'm enjoying it quite a bit.
All right. Since you're dying for my recommendations, I don't know if I said this a few weeks ago. I don't recall, but I have gotten into Catastrophe on Amazon. Yeah. I mistakenly may have said somewhere that it's a Netflix thing. It's not.
It's Amazon.
It's an Amazon only.
We have some friends of ours that are just like, they won't shut up about it, to be honest.
Really?
That particular series, they're like, you just have to watch it. It's so funny. It's the best thing since sliced bread.
I wouldn't go that far. I think that's overselling it. I think it's really funny. I think I'm officially caught up or done, so to speak, with it. I don't know if it was, I think it was 2 seasons thus far. And I have, I've now burned through all of them. They're 30-minute episodes, so they do go relatively quick. I don't know. Just overall, I thought it was funny. I would love to see it continue. Hopefully it will. And I think Sneaky Pete, which is one that I saw like either just a single episode of that Amazon. It was an Amazon exclusive or Amazon. I don't know. Underwritten by Amazon. What's the term I'm looking for? Whatever.
Produced.
Whatever. Anyway, I think I saw that has either been picked up or is going to happen or something like that. And I think that looks pretty good as well. Ronald Harkey brings up a question, and I will have to admit I can't say that I don't think I ever personally met that I recall Gail McCall. Unfortunately, she has recently passed away. Co-founder over at Discraft Discs.
Yeah.
Also in the Hall of Fame, and I was just looking at the Hall of Fame disc on your wall, and I know it's posted. I'm sorry. She was inducted in the Hall of Fame in the last few years. I recall, and there's a write-up.
Yeah, if you go to pdga.com, it's on the front page. 1976 World Freestyle title, 1978 World Frisbee Championships. She co-founded Discraft with Jim Kenner in 1979.
So, yeah, sorry to see. I'm sorry, did you say?
She was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2015.
Okay, so yes, very recently. That's what I had thought. And PDGA number 240. Wow. So certainly one of the early pioneers of the game. So yeah, much love to Discraft, the whole family, all of disc golf, and obviously freestyle. Lost a very blessed woman as part of our game and as part of the Frisbee family. Thank you guys. Amazon Original. That's maybe the term I was going for. We'd love to get your feedback on the Disc Golf Nerd segment in terms of the review. I couldn't actually hear it myself, so I'll have to go back and watch it through our nifty system. I couldn't listen to it, but I will go back and listen to it myself. So, and for anyone that cared or didn't care, as Johnny V mentioned many hours ago, I did my top 5 memories as a kind of a separate podcast on the Disc Golf Guys YouTube page last Thursday night. And what I'm going to do, it's still all out there. It's only in the YouTube format. I'm not going to put it into a podcast per se, an audio one. But what I am going to still do, if you didn't subject yourself to it already, is I'm going to trim that down to about a 5-minute a 5-minute piece. So I realize, because there was a lot of other banter and conversations and talk and interaction, just like with our show. But I'm going to trim that down into a roughly, I'm guessing, it'll be about a 5-minute piece to give you guys my top 5 memories of 2016 in the disc golf season. So look for that sometime soon. Hopefully by the end of the week for sure.
You know, what I'm going to do is for those, apparently we had some issues with the feed right when Disc Golf Nerd segment was up there. So for it might not show up on the YouTube. It'll definitely still be in the audio version. Everything's recording, so we'll make sure to get that up there. I'm sorry about that. The fact that it hit the audio feed. I think it was a Skype issue. It seemed to be right when I dialed up Paige. We had that issue, and because we were letting it sit in the background and we were talking to Paige while it played. So it will be in the audio version, and I promise that wasn't Disc Golf Nerd's problem. That was on our side.
And that was with Paige during the show. Do we want to show it here in the after show since we're already 2 or 3 hours in?
Maybe what we can close with it. We'll close with that, and One of the other things I was going to say about Patreon real quick, I put up for those of you that just sign up, and those of you who want to, I put up a little clip of Ricky and Paul playing air hockey from the 2015 Vibram Open. So that's what I'd like to do this year is get all sorts of little exclusive things like that from when you're touring and stuff like that, and put those out there for only the patrons to see. So things that will probably never get shown on the podcast. Just little, maybe some interviews here and there.
Some snippets.
So go ahead and look. If you signed up, go ahead and look at that. You can see a really fun match between the two of those guys.
Also, that was released, I believe it was just earlier today. We saw by the Disc Golf Pro Tour, they had released just a little quick 3-minute video playing the 2006 points champions, and a few of the highlights or some of the pieces that we saw from the Pro Tour. I believe Steve Dodge had put that together. A little wrap-up awards video, as he called it. He says this is one of the men's awards. The women's will be released later this week. So pretty cool to see that out there. Steve Dodge trying to create a little content for everyone as we're gearing up for our big season. All right, so yeah, they're confirming about the...
Yeah, apparently he said it locked up near the end. So maybe what we'll do is we'll just play the credits, which I was supposed to play after the main show, but I kind of forgot. So we're going to play the credits here from the after show for all of our $2 and up sponsors. If you are a recent sponsor, I will get your name on there this week so you show up next week. And that's about it. I don't really have anything else. What about you, Tara?
Not too much. Nothing that can't wait or that we'll see sometime next week. I think everything seems to be looking pretty good, and I think we had a pretty solid show tonight with a couple of amazing guests. So
yeah, it's a great way to start 2017.
We can only go downhill from here.
That's right. We peaked. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, about that. So, all right. So, as Johnny V said, he's going to go ahead and we're going to give you the Disc Golf Nerd review of the Queen, I believe was the disc. We'll give you that as we close out the show. Again, we'd like to thank Zach Melton and Paige Pierce for joining us. We'd like to thank Dynamite for standing down. We'll probably have him here next week. We'd like to, of course, then thank Big Germ for joining us here in the after show. We'd like to thank all of our patrons, the new ones and the ones we had even before tonight. We're going to continue to try and release that fresh, exciting content, some exclusive content, so that you guys get a little something extra for supporting our efforts here on Smashbox. So for Johnny V and myself, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, that's been podcast number 125, the first of a very exciting 2017 season. We'll see you guys next week, same time, same place, when you step inside the Smashbox.
What's up, Smashies? Let's take a look at the Westside Discs Queen. It's a high-speed, understable distance driver from Westside. The first thing that really stood out for me with this disc once I started testing it is how smoothly contoured it is. It's got a very nice rounded feel to the outer edge. Also, the inner rim is very smoothly contoured. And even though it's a little bit of a wide rim disc, it's not a huge rim, but it's still very comfortable in the hand. That nice rounded edge, there's nothing sharp. It just feels really great in the hand. The tournament plastic has a nice feel. It's good quality, durable stuff, and just a great feeling disc in the hand. For me, in flight, I find this thing to be very, very straight with a lot of glide. It kind of pushes forward as it flies for me. I can throw it down on some hyzer, let it flip up, and get a very, very straight and accurate distance flight out of it. Something that you can throw and it'll hold the line very nicely. It's not just like an open field, bomber disc where you're not sure where it's going to go. I was able to control it pretty well. If you have a bigger arm speed, I'm sure it's going to be something that's pretty flippy, more of a big turnover or tailwind disc for you, maybe some long rollers, or something that you can throw from a standstill, give it some hyzer, and still get some distance out of it. What I think this disc is best suited for, though, is people with lower arm speed. Maybe you're looking for your first kind of high-speed distance driver to check out. I think the Queen would be a great choice for that. It still maintains a very straight flight. It stands up and will glide very easily for you, so you don't have to put a lot of effort into it. And it's just a really solid disc. So that's the Westside Discs Queen. Check it out. Well, that's it for my segment. Big thank you to Smashbox for having me be a part of the show. If you guys would like to see the full review of this disc, as well as over 100 others, plus disc golf tips and information, my little podcast, and lots of other disc golf related content, just search for Disc Golf Nerd on YouTube or Google. Thanks, guys.